Thank you for her. We are very happy to have her here. Thank you. Now I would like to tell you that we are going to begin with the self-introduction. We need to get to know each other. It's very important. Dear guest of honor, if you allow, we can now proceed with that.
You want me to start by
I think
the high table there?
it would be good, sir.
You want me to start by
I think
the high table there?
it would be good, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You very much. My name is Albert Mutesa, and I'm the Secretary General of Rwanda National Commission for UNESCO, and the Rwanda National Commission is the focal point of MAB program in Rwanda, and I'm the host, and I'm glad to welcome and to host all of you. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Beatrice Chiza. I am the Director. Good morning, all. My name is Beatrice Chiza. I am the Director General of Environment and Climate Change at the Ministry of Environment, here representing the Minister of Environment. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Noline Raountra-Kotwasu. I'm working at UNESCO. Good morning. My name is Noline Raountra-Kotwasu. I'm working at UNESCO. I am the Director of the Division of Ecological and Earth Sciences, and I am the Secretary of the MAB program, and I am the proud founder of the AfriMAB network together with my colleagues. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Dansila Nyirarugero. Good morning, all. My name is Dansila Nyirarugero, the governor of Northern Province in Rwanda, this province.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hans Tolstrup. I work with the MAB Secretariat. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hans Tolstrup. I work with the MAB Secretariat at the UNESCO headquarters. I'm a member of Noelin's team and the new Chief of Section for Biosphere Reserves Networking and Capacity Building. It's a pleasure to be with you.
My name is Adeshola Olatunde Adepoju. Thank you, Hans. My name is Adeshola Olatunde Adepoju. From Nigeria, the focal point for the country. I'm the immediate past DG for Forest Research of Nigeria. I'm the chair at MAB ICC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Patti. I work as a program specialist. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Patti. I work as a program specialist at the UNESCO office in Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ben Alexander Mozambizi. Good morning. My name is Ben Alexander Mozambizi. I'm a national project officer and the Rwanda coordinator for UNESCO. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mbali Mashelo. I'm with UNESCO. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mbali Mashelo. I'm with UNESCO Regional Office of Southern Africa. I'm here representing the program specialist, Guy Broek. I'm based in the Johannesburg Antenna Office, and we implement projects for biosphere reserves. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chieza Portia Chifamba. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chieza Portia Chifamba. I'm a committee member for the MAB in Zimbabwe, representing Professor Magaza, who is the chairperson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Romanos Wilhadi Tairo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Romanos Wilhadi Tairo from the National Environment Management Council, Tanzania, representing the national focal point for MAB activities in Tanzania. Thank you.
Colleagues. My name is Bongani Maringa. I'm the chairperson of South African National. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bongani Maringa. I'm the chairperson of South African National MAB Committee, and I'm also the focal point for the UNESCO MAB program in the country. Thank you.
Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. I'm Teresfor Ngoga. Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. I'm Teresfor Ngoga, working as a conservation analyst at the Rwanda Development Board, and I'm a member of the National MAB Committee of the Republic of of Rwanda.
Morning, everybody. My name is Daudongom. Morning, everybody. My name is Daudongom. I am a professor of ecology at Cheikh Anta Diop University of Dakar and a member of the National Map Committee of Senegal. Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Ndalo Olubanda Jérémy, point focal map de la République centrafricaine. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Danfatouma Mohamed Sanoussi. Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Danfatouma Mohamed Sanoussi. Je suis conservateur de la réserve de biosphère de Gadebéji, qui est sous tutelle du ministère de l'Environnement. Donc je représente le point focal UNESCO au niveau de Niger. Je vous remercie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matswana Skokotwana. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matswana Skokotwana from the National Commission for UNESCO in Lesotho. I'm representing the MAP committee as a secretariat at the committee and the focal point, which is the Ministry of Environment in Lesotho.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Boniface Wekesa from Kenya, chairman of Kenya MAB National Committee. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis le docteur Adama Sangaré. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis le docteur Adama Sangaré, enseignant-chercheur, directeur national du service MAP Guinée et secrétaire exécutif permanent du comité national. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bonjour à toutes et à tous, docteur Bamadi Kouroma. Je suis résident du ministre Adama Diawara, ministre de l'enseignement supérieur et la recherche scientifique en Côte d'Ivoire, également point focal politique du MAB. Nous sommes heureux d'être là. Merci.
On applaudit d'abord. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis docteur Martine Goz Touao. Je suis la directrice du centre de recherche en écologie, qui est l'institution focale du MAB en Côte d'Ivoire. Et je suis vraiment membre fondateur de AfriMAB.
Applaudissons, applaudissons, merci. Merci, merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Applaudissons, applaudissons, merci. Merci, merci.
Le point principal, que je suis la présidente de AfriMAB. Maman MAB, Maman AfriMAB.
Merci d'être là.
Je suis assistant du programme. Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Serge Guessou, je suis assistant du programme MAB en Côte d'Ivoire. Et je suis du centre de recherche en écologie de l'université Nongui à Brogoua.
Applaudissons, applaudissons. Merci.
Moi, c'est Dibloni Olo Théophile. Je suis le chef. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Moi, c'est Dibloni Olo Théophile. Je suis le chef du département environnement et forêt de l'Institut de l'environnement et des recherches agricoles du Burkina Faso. Et je suis le point focal MAB du Burkina.
On applaudit encore. On a applaudi. Miri, merci. Merci d'être là. On applaudit encore. On a applaudi. Miri, merci. Merci d'être là.
Hello, my name is Beth Kaplan. I'm director of the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management at the University of Rwanda, the UNESCO Category 2 Center. Thank you.
Applaudissons, applaudissons. Merci, merci.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis le colonel Kone Drissa. Je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis gestionnaire des sites et je suis de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves.
Merci beaucoup.
Donc on travaille en collaboration avec le point focal.
Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour à tous. Moi, c'est Keita Tcherno Mohamed. Je suis chef section documentation et information au niveau du service national du programme sur l'homme et la biosphère du MAB Guinée.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Applaudissons, applaudissons. Merci.
Good morning. My name is BIOSPHERE Uwingeri. I'm the Chief Park Warden of the Volcanoes BIOSPHERE Reserve, which is not far from here. So you are most welcome. Thank you.
Good morning.
Merci, merci, remercions.
Chief Park Warden. Good morning. My name is Anaklet Udahera, Chief Park Warden, Gishwati Mukura Biosphere Reserve. This is a biosphere reserve located in the western province of Rwanda. Thank you.
Merci, merci.
Morning. I'm Benjamin Mgaukume, working with the International Gola Conservation Program. I'm based in Musanze, Rwanda, and I'm country coordinator for Rwanda program. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, merci, applaudissons.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Nyasimi. I'm a program specialist. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Nyasimi. I'm a program specialist based in UNESCO Nairobi. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci d'être là.
Thanks very much. My name is
So we continue from here, from this round.
Thanks very much. My name is Mapenda Minje. I am from the University of Rwanda. And I'm currently the team leader for biodiversity data management for the country. Thanks very much.
Merci beaucoup, merci.
Good morning. My name is Ezekiel Trikunyiko, Research and Monitoring Warden at the Gishwati Mukura National Park and the Biosphere Reserve. Thank you.
Prière d'applaudir. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis le lieutenant Nguessan Yao Émile. Je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis gestionnaire du site, précisément le parc national d'Akomoué. Je suis de l'Office ivoirien de parcs et réserves de Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, qu'on applaudisse.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Assié Jayaoroy Hartmann de l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves, conservateur adjoint de la réserve de biosphère de Taï en Côte d'Ivoire. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup.
Good morning. Venus Tensengimana, Deputy Director of the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management, UNESCO Category 2
So can we
Center.
continue
Thank
on
you.
the second line? Of
Thank
this
you.
side, please? So can we continue on the second line of this side, please?
My name is Sam Kanyamibwa. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sam Kanyamibwa. I'm the CEO of ARCOS, Arbutan Rift Conservation Society. I may add also that I am a member of UNESCO World Heritage International Committee. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Morning, everyone. I'm Ramori Janvier. I'm the mayor of Morning, everyone. I'm Ramori Janvier. I'm the mayor of Musanze district. So let me take also this opportunity to wish all of you to have a nice stay in our district. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Pour le maire. Prière d'applaudir encore une fois pour le maire, pour la présence du maire. Merci.
All right, a very beautiful morning to everyone. First and foremost, I'm the youngest man in the house. By the name was Vusi Chabalala from South Africa, representing the South African Youth Network. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Applaudissons encore.
Good morning. My name is Protem Haimana from Rwanda. I'm the division manager of urban and rural planning at the National Land Authority. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, merci.
Yes. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I'm called Placide Nkurunziza Niragire. I work for RDB, especially in Gishwati Mukura National Park and Biosphere Reserve in the Western Province of Rwanda. And I representing, or I work for Community Conservation Program. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Applaudissons encore.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean-Paul Irua. I'm the Senior Manager of Program Operations for the Diane Fossé Gorilla Fund. and we operate in and around Volcanoes National Park and BIOSPHERE Reserve.
Merci beaucoup, merci d'être là.
Good morning. Janvier Kwizera. I'm working with the RDB in Volcanoes BIOSPHERE Reserve, Rwanda, as community conservation warden. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Good morning. I'm Thierry Aimable Inzraineza, working for Forest of Hope Association as a coordinator. We work in Gishwati Mukura BIOSPHERE Reserve.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Mahassal, programme
Merci beaucoup.
au bureau régional UNESCO de Dakar. Bonjour à tous, je suis Mahassal, programme spécialiste au bureau régional UNESCO de Dakar. Merci.
Merci d'être venu. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Wilfried Kombe, coordonnateur
Applaudissons quand même, merci, merci.
BCS RCA.
Applaudissons quand même, merci, merci.
C'est parti. Bonjour tout le monde, mon nom c'est Ferin Touadjirachaka. C'est parti. Je suis directeur. Bonjour tout le monde, mon nom c'est Ferin Touadjirachaka. Je suis directeur du pays de WSS en RCA, République centrafricaine. Nous sommes ici avec mon collègue. Le point focal Mabuchi nous a invité. Nous sommes en train de créer une réserve de biosphère au nord de la RCA, de grand 115 000 km². Donc nous espérons que notre demande soit acceptée.
Il a déjà fait la demande avant qu'on commence.
Prière d'applaudir. Merci.
Il a déjà fait la demande avant qu'on commence la conférence, c'est très bon.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Bandougou Diawara, spécialiste de programme Sciences Exactes et Naturelles au bureau régional de l'UNESCO pour l'Afrique centrale et nous travaillons bien avec WCS dans la création de la nouvelle réserve de biosphère au nord de la RCA. Merci.
Merci. Prière d'applaudir. Merci.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Fabi Habimana. I'm working with the Ministry of Education in charge of Science, Technology, Innovation and Research.
Merci beaucoup. Prière d'applaudir. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning and welcome to Rwanda. My name is Dr. Tony Mudakikwa. Good morning and welcome to Rwanda. My name is Dr. Tony Mudakikwa and I'm a consultant for Rwanda.
My name is Karachi Ferdinand.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. My name is Karachi Ferdinand, advisor to the governor of the Northern Province, Rwanda.
I think you can
Merci beaucoup d'être venu.
I think you can add another round of applause, please. Can you applaud a little bit more?
Sure.
Thank you very much for the delegations that come to Rwanda. You are most welcome. I think you start enjoying Rwanda. It's very beautiful, right? There are people who come from Europe. It's very cold in Europe this time. Or it's maybe starting getting a little bit warmer. I think Hans is very happy and others who came with him or others. I think Rwanda is beautiful, right? You state the coffee and everybody's welcome. I think dear guests of honor, without taking much more time, I would like to welcome you to give the welcoming remarks.
Sure.
Please follow me. I'm going to accompany you. I know there is a very long journey here. I have to protect the governor. Come with me.
Honorable gouverneur
is going to be up there.
Du Nord. Honorable gouverneur de notre province du Nord. Merci d'être là. Elle va nous dire aimons son monde d'ouverture. Merci. Merci.
Good morning. Good morning.
dear Secretary General of Rwanda National Commission of UNESCO, dear representative of Ministry of Environment, dear distinguished representatives from UNESCO here present, dear distinguished different countries delegates here present, dear ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Dansira Nyirarugero. The governor of the Northern Province of Rwanda here. It is my great honor and a privilege to be with you at this opening session of the 7th General Assembly of the African Map and the Biosphere Reserves Network organized by the Rwanda National Commission of UNESCO in collaboration with UNESCO Map Secretariat, Ministry of Environment, Rwanda Development Board, German National Commission for UNESCO, and the Federal Ministry of the Environment, Nature Conservation, among others. On behalf of the leadership of the Northern Province, I take this opportunity to welcome you all in the Northern Province and thank UNESCO to choose Rwanda as the host of this important gathering. I highly appreciate organizers to make this General Assembly to happen. Dear guests, I feel at home during your stay. Dear guests, I feel at home during your stay in the Northern Province. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you very much for the theme chosen for this 7th General Assembly as ecosystem restoration in the context of sustainable development, African biosphere reserves, leading the way toward 2030. We also appreciate interesting topics of discussion in this General Assembly and the field visits you plan during this General Assembly. Dear participants coming from abroad, you are most welcome to Rwanda, known as a country of 1,000 hills. I hope you will find time to enjoy this beautiful part of Africa during your stay here in the country. I hope also that you will get the opportunity to visit both Volcanoes National Park and Gishwati Mukura National Park. I also encourage you to visit the community development project such as Kinigi RDP model region to experience community integrated programs and the benefits of tourism tourism sharing program around our national parks. Say a beautiful RDP model village here. I invite you to visit these model villages. I hope that sharing experience, discussions, and free visits from this General Assembly will help our countries to do more in restoring ecosystem in the context of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I wish you a nice stay in Musanze District, Northern Province of Rwanda, and also welcome you and wishing you a fruitful General Assembly. More blessing.
Thanks a lot, Governor. Thanks a lot, Governor. Again she's inviting you again to Northern Province. You know, as you heard, province is the home of gorillas. You know, the Northern Province is the home of gorillas and the natural gorillas. If you're not aware, dear delegates,
and dear guests of honor, only Rwanda still has the natural gorillas around the world.
There may be for something.
So others, they are maybe for something, but I'm just attracting you to come and visit. I know they are everywhere in the world, but I'm just inviting you to come and visit our gorillas. So,
le pays est attrayant.
T'as bien compris?
C'est vrai, le pays est attrayant. C'est un pays de mille collines, un pays qui doit vous attirer, n'est-ce pas? Bien, maintenant, je voudrais annoncer le tour du secrétaire général de la commission de l'UNESCO au Rwanda. Merci beaucoup, veuillez l'accompagner. Merci beaucoup, veuillez l'accompagner.
Applaudissons.
C'est votre siège ici. Applaudissons encore. Merci beaucoup. C'est une grande personnalité.
Bonjour. Okay. Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Guest of honor. Dear Madam Governor. Guest of honor. Madam Governor. Ms. Dansira Nyarugero, and the representative of Honorable Minister of Environment. DG in charge of Environment and Climate Change. Dear ICC. Chair of MAB ICC. Professor Adeshoba, thank you for coming and being with us. Representative of UNESCO, headquarters, MAB Secretariat, Madame Noeline and Hans, thank you for coming. Dear Person, Chair of AFRIMAB, yes, Mama Mab, she's not around, but yes, Ms. Martin, head of delegation and dear delegate, and the CEO of the DG of and the CEO of our public institutions present, Chief Park Warden and BIOSPHERE Reserve managers and Director of Center of Excellence in Biodiversity, distinguished and guests and dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to Rwanda, Pays des Mille Collines, and in this beautiful city of Musanze in North Province. We welcome you all. Bienvenue. Karibu sana. Murakazaneza. Nes. On behalf of Rwanda National Commission for UNESCO, I first of all want to take this opportunity to thank you all for honoring UNESCO and the Rwanda National Commission invitations in coming from so far to attend this important regional event of 7th AFRIMAB General Assembly for almost a whole week, 4 days. We sincerely express our gratitude and appreciation for your presence, Honorable Governor of North Province of Rwanda, to find this time in your busy schedule and come officiate this opening session and welcome our visitors in this beautiful city and province. And special thanks are addressed to the head of delegation representing AFRIMAB member states and all delegates, friends and partners of our regional network, AFRIMAB and BIOSPHERE Reserve. I think that we will get time to know each other and to network during this meeting and different session. Indeed, we are now meeting for the 7th time, but also for the first time after the COVID-19 pandemic, which bring many challenges and serious handicap to meet like this physically for those last 2 years. Through the government of Rwanda, through the Ministry of Environment, the Rwanda Development Board, and the Rwanda National Commission for UNESCO as a focal point, was happy and enthusiastic to directly accept the UNESCO MAP Secretariat offer to host the 7th General Assembly meeting of AFRIMAB in Rwanda, which was supposed to be in February this year. And also we welcomed the meeting and had the goodwill and commitment from Rwanda MAB committee and our local partner. It was not easy and practical difficult to get ready in a short time in February, as it was planned and agreed on. Then, after a postponement, we are glad that we managed to make it now and to launch this today with your valuable support and collaboration from all of you. I want to take this opportunity to humbly recognize the technical and financial support from UNESCO MAB Secretariat, their close collaboration and many advice provided to local technical team, to which I also send a great and warm salute for a well done and coordinated work in organizing this meeting. And keep it up till to the end of this meeting on Saturday. A special thank go to the Germany Federal Ministry of Environment and Natural Conservation, which provided substantial support in taking care. Many of our delegates accommodation through the Germany NatCom, our best partner for long in this MAB program. Since its establishment in 1996, more than 25 years ago, AFRIMAB and BIOSPHERE network has grown and become a real and strong family of state institution, country member, as an institution and individual, being professional researchers, scientists, managers in environmental and conservation issues. We need to found more opportunities where various key stakeholders and partners in sector of biodiversity and conservation for sustainable development are meeting regularly to share their knowledge and experiences on how our biosphere reserve can become progressively and better space for research and education, for demonstration and innovation activities, aiming to support environmental conservation and sustainable development. In Rwanda, since the establishment of the National MAB Committee in 2005, we have made remarkable step and some good achievement, like the installation of the legal framework of Rwanda MAB committee. It was in 2010. The nomination of a new BIOSPHERE Reserve, the Gishwati Mukura BIOSPHERE Reserve, National Park in the BIOSPHERE Reserve, in October 2020. And lastly, the establishment of the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and its nomination as UNESCO Category 2 Center in November 2021. And which I hope it will be upgraded to a regional center, at the regional level institution in coming years. With the field visit in Gishwati Mukura BIOSPHERE Reserve on the third day of this meeting, you could appreciate how Rwanda is implementing the ecosystem restoration by best practices on rehabilitation and conservation of the natural forest and the land sustainable management with the active involvement of local communities. On behalf of Rwanda National Commission for UNESCO and MAB National Committee, we are willing and committed to continue supporting and strengthening the active collaboration with UNESCO, especially the MAB Secretariat, the AFRIMAB Bureau, and all member states for a strong and long networking BIOSPHERE Reserve leading the way toward 2030. Dear guests of honor, dear participants, encore une fois, je voudrais vous souhaiter un bon séjour, comme vient de le dire Madame la gouverneure, un bon séjour dans Musanze et une réunion fructueuse de l'Assemblée générale de AFRIMAB. Je vous remercie de votre kind attention. Merci.
Applaudissons encore une fois, applaudissons encore une fois, applaudissons. C'était l'introduction et je pense qu'il nous a bercé avec cette introduction. Maintenant, nous savons ce que nous sommes en train de faire. C'était toujours la séance d'ouverture. Et à présent, je voudrais, Monsieur Claude, je voudrais que vous nous annonciez ce qui va suivre pendant cette assemblée AFRIMAB pour sa 7e fois et encore plus au Rwanda. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Dear guests of honor, delegates, participants, allow me to introduce to you Mr. Hans Denkel. Mr. Hans Denkel, can you please clap for Mr. Hans Denkel? Hans is the chief of section for MAP networking, biosphere reserves, and capacity building. Mr. Hans is going to give us an overview of the AFRIMAB General Assembly. Can you please give another round of clap for Mr. Hans? Welcome, Mr. Hans. The floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the very impressive introduction. Honorable Director General, Honorable Governor of the Northern Province, Professor Adpoji, Chair of the MAB ICC, Madame Martine, the Chair of AFRIMAB, Monsieur Albert, Secretary General of the Rwanda UNESCO National Commission, delegates, colleagues, friends from UNESCO and around the region. Good morning, bonjour, and welcome to this 7th General Assembly of AFRIMAB, everyone. It's an honor. It's an honor, very honestly, an honor for me to be present with you today. I've worked for a long time with UNESCO in support of the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. 27 years this year, most of that time in the field, but not here in Africa. So to be welcomed here, it's very humbling and a great honor for me. So I thank you very much for the warm welcome. This is a MAB network, and in my experience with UNESCO, there is nothing more closer to the heart of what the Man in the Biosphere program does than its networks. We can do all the good things we want in our biosphere reserves, in our countries, in our sites, but to generate the added value that the MAB brings to that work, networks like AfriMAB are not just important, they are absolutely essential. This is the heart of what we do. This is my first interaction with AfriMAB, the first time I experienced a General Assembly. Many of you will know the network well, and you know what the General Assemblies are like. You are here because you know the value of the work and the importance of the network. And to those of you, AfriMAB needs no introduction. But just in case that there are a few of you who are new, who may be participating for the first time, like me, a few words of introduction about this week. I think the most important message I can give is to say that the AfriMAB General Assembly is your event. In addition to what happens on the stage, it's your opportunity to meet the friends, to make friends, meet colleagues from across the region, to learn from one another, to share, and also to make the most of the good company that you're in. After 3 years of COVID-19 restrictions, this is maybe the most important meeting that the AfriMAB network has ever had. Now, in the agenda, we're going to start this afternoon by established practice listening to a tour of the region with country reports. The reports will include updates on the work of MAB youth from across the region, showing the increasingly important voice of youth in not only this network, but across all the MAB community. We're also going to have the program take us to both of Rwanda's biosphere reserves, volcanoes and Gishwati Mukura landscape, during our field visit on Thursday, and you will hear much more about that later on. And those of you who are fortunate enough to be here on Saturday will have the opportunity to visit the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management, an institution we will also hear much more about in just a few moments during its launching as a Category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO. And as you can see on the banner behind me, we have a special dedicated theme for this event, as our Secretary General just referred to, ecosystem restoration. Now, I wasn't there at the last General Assembly, so I don't know for sure what you were thinking when you chose that theme. But I would guess that you may have done so because of the importance that Biosphere Reserve have for ecosystem restoration and for the relationship between people and nature. As a MAB community here in Africa and around the world, we have an essential role to play. So the timing of this meeting is important. We know that ecosystems support all life on Earth. Healthier ecosystems mean a healthier planet and healthier people. And in recognition of this, the United Nations General Assembly in 2019 proclaimed 2021 to 2030 as the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So we are also honoring the start of the decade here. Ecosystem restoration has a place in our own plans. The Lima Action Plan calls for member states, MAB national committees, national commissions for UNESCO and biosphere reserves to undertake research and ensure the long-term conservation of the socio-ecological systems of biosphere reserves, including restoration and appropriate management of degraded ecosystems. Biosphere reserves are places that are dedicated to understanding and improving the relationship between people and nature. So they are ideally placed to be places, hubs, for places to innovate, to think of new approaches towards ecosystem restoration. And we will hear tomorrow from cases across Africa, how that is being done within our network, and we will discuss what we can take from this meeting as recommendations going forward into the decade. We also have some other key discussions that relate to the future of our program to go through. We're going to talk about the possible change of name for the Man in the Biosphere program, a name that is seen in some languages as being not as inclusive as it could be. So we're going to be discussing our views on that. We will talk about the next World Congress of Biosphere Reserves, which will take place in China in 2025, and the action plan that will be adopted at that event. And finally, this General Assembly is, of course, an opportunity to visit Rwanda and to make the most of your stay in this beautiful location that we are so fortunate to find ourselves. I'd like, in closing these brief remarks, to thank once again all of the Rwandan organizers and partners for the excellent arrangements made for this week's meetings. It's truly a privilege to be here with you. To all the delegates, participants, and the speakers, thank you for your inputs, for your efforts, and for being here. Apologies for any shortcomings on the side of us. I wish you all an excellent and enjoyable 7th AFRIMAB General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Can you clap again for Mr. Hans? Can you clap again for Mr. Hans? Thank you very much, Mr. Hans, for your presentation about the overview of the AFRIMAB. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still working around the ecosystem restoration in the context of sustainable development. African biosphere, reserves leading the way towards 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, with the permission of the guest of honor, of course, allow me to invite, I know we are in your land, allow me to invite Miss Noeline Lao Ndrai. I'm really sorry if I pronounce very bad your name. That's not Rwandese. You're welcome on the stage. Can you please give her a round of applause? I have to accompany her to make sure that she's safe. I have to accompany her to make sure that she's safe.
Ça, c'est vrai et c'est poli. Nous allons aussi écouter d'elle ce que nous allons faire pendant ces jours. En français, on dit qu'on comprend en y prenant part. Nous avons eu la chance d'être ici. On applaudit encore. Elle est là. Elle est là. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Murakoze Nema. No, Murako. Sorry. Neza. Murako Neza. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Nsengimana, for giving me the floor. Dear Beatrice Siza, representative of the Honorable Minister of Environment, Honorable Governor of the Northern Province, dear Professor Adepoju, Chair of the MAB ICC, dear Dr. Martin Goz, Chairperson and founding member of AFRIMAB, dear Albert Muteza, Secretary General of the National Commission for UNESCO, distinguished members and observers of the African Man and the Biosphere Network, AFRIMAB, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all I am really delighted to be back in Rwanda and in Musanze. Honorable Governor, you said that you are welcoming everyone, but I have to say that here I feel at home. I really feel at home. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for hosting us in your wonderful province and for hosting us in Musanze. We all know that Musanze area is internationally known for sheltering one of the largest worldwide population of mountain gorilla in the Volcanoes Biosphere Reserve. But this week, Musanze will be known as the capital of the MAP program and biosphere reserves in Africa. On behalf of UNESCO, I would like, first of all, to express my deep gratitude to the Rwandese authorities and to the Northern Province for hosting the 7th General Assembly of AFRIMAB, and also to acknowledge the commitment of Rwanda Ministry of Environment, of the Rwanda National Commission for UNESCO, and the Rwanda Development Board for organizing this regional meeting in collaboration with the UNESCO MAP Secretariat. In my capacity of Secretary of the MAP program, it's my honor and my pleasure to welcome the 23 countries here in Musanze, including Rwanda, and welcoming you, distinguished delegates, to this General Assembly. I commend your commitment and dedication to the network because I know that it's not easy to find resources to travel, but you are here and you did it. So for that, thank you very much. All of you are very familiar with the Man and the BIOSPHERE program of UNESCO. So my purpose will not be to present to you the AFRIMAB network nor the program. I think that Hans did it brilliantly. He did a very good overview of what is going on, what we are going to do this week, and also what are our further duties after this meeting. So it is our first face-to-face meeting after COVID-19. And I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some thoughts inspired not only by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also by the progress done so far by AFRIMAB. Let's start with a bit of history. And let me switch in French, and then I will come back to English. Le réseau africain du MAB et des réserves de biosphère a été créé en 1996 à Dakar par la conférence régionale pour forger la coopération sur les réserves de biosphère africaines pour la conservation de la biodiversité et le développement durable. Ce réseau a pour objectif de promouvoir à travers les réserves de biosphère la coopération régionale dans les domaines de la biodiversité, la conservation et le développement durable à travers des projets transfrontaliers. Je tiens ici à rendre hommage à notre présidente, Dr Martine Gauze, présidente d'AFRIMAB et qui est aussi présidente du comité MAB ivoirien, qui est l'un des membres fondateurs du réseau. Elle est venue Nous étions un certain nombre de personnes à avoir créé ce réseau en 1996. Martine, nous sommes de la vieille garde et aujourd'hui nous devons passer le flambeau et c'est aussi pourquoi nous nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui au Rwanda. Je voudrais aussi remercier le comité MAB de Côte d'Ivoire en tant que pays président du réseau, d'être venu avec une impressionnante délégation, et ceci grâce au ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur de la Recherche scientifique de Côte d'Ivoire, qui est représenté ici par son directeur des affaires juridiques et de la coopération. Lorsque le réseau AFRIMAB a été créé à Dakar en 1996, presque naturellement, le réseau s'est scindé en deux, un réseau francophone et un réseau anglophone. C'est comme ça que ce réseau a commencé. Et le réseau a essayé de fonctionner tant bien que mal, mais il était évident qu'avoir deux réseaux différents à cause de la langue n'était pas la meilleure façon de faire du réseautage et d'être un groupe et de contribuer au MAB et à l'agenda global. Donc, lorsque nous nous sommes réunis en 2007 à Cape Town, en Afrique du Sud, et je voudrais remercier l'Afrique du Sud pour cette réunion qui a été vraiment très importante pour le réseau. Les deux réseaux fusionnent en 2007, et lors de cette réunion, le réseau a estimé qu'il avait besoin d'un cadre institutionnel beaucoup plus fort pour lui permettre d'avancer et pour lui permettre une certaine pérennité. C'est ainsi qu'en 2010, à Nairobi, les statuts et règlements du réseau AFRIMAB ont été approuvés. Et cette charte et ce règlement mettent en place les organes institutionnels de gouvernance, le bureau, le secrétariat, mais également mettent en place les organes financiers de l'Assemblée générale. Depuis lors, sur la base de ces règlements et de ces statuts, le réseau s'est réuni régulièrement. À Accra en 2013 et en 2015, à Ibadan en 2015, à Abidjan en 2019 et aujourd'hui à Musanze. En raison du Covid-19, nous avons raté la session de 2021, mais aujourd'hui nous sommes là. Et je voudrais vraiment rendre hommage à ce réseau qui a prouvé tout ce temps sa résilience et sa force, je dirais. En 2021, il nous a semblé important de réviser notre charte et nos statuts en raison des nouveaux cadres globaux qui sont venus, parce que notre charte en 2021 a eu 10 ans. Donc nous avons toiletté cette charte afin de refléter le cadre international comme les objectifs pour le développement durable ou bien le cadre pour la biodiversité après 2020. Mais également, on a toiletté notre statut et notre charte pour refléter l'importance de la jeunesse. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui est important, non seulement pour le MAB, mais je pense pour le monde entier. C'est l'avenir, mais c'est aussi le présent. Nous devons intégrer la jeunesse dans nos actions d'aujourd'hui pour notre futur. Et je suis heureuse qu'aujourd'hui, on a un représentant de l'Afrique du Sud, mais également du Rwanda, des jeunes, et vous êtes les bienvenus, et vous êtes membres à part entière de cette Assemblée. Un des projets inscrits dans notre charte est un instrument scientifique que nous avons appelé AfriBioFund. C'est un instrument qui est censé permettre au réseau d'accéder à des fonds réguliers, à des fonds pérennes, pour lui permettre d'évoluer et pour lui permettre de mieux gérer le programme et les sites. Alors nous avons eu une très bonne coopération avec la Banque africaine de développement pour mettre en place ce fonds, mais malheureusement Covid-19 est arrivé et les priorités des partenaires techniques et financiers ont changé à ce moment-là. Nous savons tous que le monde entier était occupé à traiter cette épidémie. Et donc, la coopération qu'on a eue avec la Banque africaine de développement s'est un petit peu, je ne dirais pas arrêtée, mais je dirais un petit peu mise en veilleuse. Mais je suis persuadée qu'avec l'équipe de l'UNESCO et avec nous tous ici, nous pourrons de nouveau aller sur ce chemin d'AfriBioFund. Mais il y a aussi dans notre charte une provision pour que les pays puissent contribuer tous les ans 1 000 $ pour les activités régionales. Alors, je voudrais juste ici rappeler cela et juste pour dire que pour le moment encore, peu de pays ont contribué. Mais je suis sûre que dans les années à venir, vos contributions vont augmenter pour permettre à ce réseau vraiment de fonctionner de manière efficace. Et par contre, je voudrais remercier sincèrement les pays qui se sont déjà manifestés et qui ont contribué pour ce fonds de solidarité pour AfriMAB. So let me switch now in English. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 teaches us what? COVID-19 teaches us to meet online. Platforms like Teams, Zoom are now our daily tools. This was a major step to ease communication and exchange, but online meetings will never replace meeting in person. The tools help us to foster our work together, but we still need to exchange, to know each other personally, and to build our bonds. This is why we are here to network. Networking has been increasing and successful among AfriMab this couple of years, but it still needs to be reinforced. Social media are among the tools we have to where we can share information. Let's use it more. During COVID-19 and since 2021, AfriMab youth was very active. And we had here, during the APAC last July in Kigali, the proof of the strength of this network, because they organized all the things that happened in our pavilion, and they were committed to really facilitate and animate this UNESCO pavilion. And once again, I want to really thank them for their commitment. The African MAB youth, according to our new status and regulation, are part of the network, and they have a seat in the AfriMab Bureau. So today, we will have, when we are going to elect the Bureau, also to elect the member of the youth network. As I said, the youth voice is critical, not only for the future, but for now. And I do hope that they will be fully involved in the development of the next MAP strategy and Base Reserve Action Plan for 2025-2035. In 2020, Nigeria, an African country, and Professor Adepoju Adeshola was elected as the chair of the MAB International Council, the MAB International Coordinating Council. The MAB ICC is the highest governance body of the MAB program. It is composed by 34 elected countries, and it is the MAB Council which sets the policies and set all the themes that are for importance to the MAB program. And Professor Adepoju, who is with us here, is the chair, the proud African chair of the MAB ICC. And not only he has been elected in 2020, but he has been re-elected in 2022. And this Nigeria chairmanship brought, for the first ever in Africa, the MAP Council in 2021. It was the first time that the MAP Council, which is existing for 50 years, 51 years now, it's the first time it was held in Africa, and it was at the same time of the 50th anniversary of the MAP program. And this event in Nigeria was attended by UNESCO Director General. And it's not every time that we have our DG with us. So I think that the re-election of Nigeria, the fact that our UNESCO Director General was in Nigeria in 2021, is a recognition of Africa and a recognition of Africa, of AfriMab, to its contribution to the program. Throughout the years since 1996, the AfriMab network has proven its resilience, its effectiveness. and its continued relevance. With a significant number of new nominations of Bass Reserve received and new people involved in the program and the World Network of Bass Reserve. Indeed, as a matter of evidence, within the 16 years since 2007, where the network was really gathering all together, the number of bass reserves in Africa doubled, and the number of countries also doubled. We have now in Africa 90 bass reserves in 33 countries, including 3 transboundary sites. And almost every year, African countries nominate new sites and implement MAP projects. Before ending my statement, let me please pay tribute to our host country, Rwanda. Albert already gave some achievements of the country. But I want to end in a quite personal note. As I said, Rwanda is a very special country to my heart. When I started my duty in Nairobi office, my first mission in East Africa was in Rwanda. And today it's my last mission as the director and as the secretary of the MAP program. So it started in Rwanda and it ends in Rwanda. And I'm so happy, so delighted to be here with you. Rwanda is a very special place. We know that it is home to a very known population of great apes, of gorillas, and I want to thank Rwanda Development Board and the Volcano Bass Reserve to have given me the opportunity yesterday to visit a family of gorillas in Kinigi, and thank you very much for that. The first time I visited the Volcano Bass Reserve and had the chance to visit a gorilla family was in 2008. And today, in 2023, I can tell you that I have seen the improvement. You have improved a lot. This Volcano Bass Reserve is really, for me, one of the greatest examples of what conservation and development means together. And you have been leading in the conservation area, as we all know, but you are also, during these years, I will just underline 2 achievements, the newest, I would say. The Volcano Bass Reserve used to be the only bass reserve in Rwanda since 1983, I think. But very recently, it has been joined by 1 new bass reserve, Gishwati Mukura. We are very proud of this bass reserve because it's really shaped as what a bass reserve should be. A site for sustainable development, a site where people and nature are thriving together. And we are very much happy that you achieved this, and congratulations for your second bass reserve. During the past years, you also achieved to establish 1 Category 2 center, the Center of Excellence for Natural Resources and Biodiversity. I have to tell you that around the world, UNESCO has established a lot of Category 2 centers. But in the MAP program, where this Center of Excellence is linked, we don't have so much because we want to have excellent, shining Center of Excellence. So we have only 4 in the world, and yours is one of them. So congratulations. Congratulations for your achievement, and congratulations for the good work you are doing so far. And for ending, I want to say that organizing a General Assembly of AFRIMAB, it's not an easy thing. And as Albert said, we did it in a very short time. And I want to congratulate the organizing committee for an amazing work, for an amazing organization. It was not easy. And on behalf of UNESCO team, I really want to thank you all for your support and for organizing this meeting. To end, as I will be retiring at the end of June this year, I want to wish AFRIMAB Network a long and successful life. It has been my pleasure and my honor to serve African member states and AFRIMAB. I have no doubt that my colleague Hans, in charge of Africa and at the MAB Secretariat, and my colleague in African field offices, who are your daily counterpart, will support you as much as possible within our resources and mandate. I thank you for the good work. I thank you for your confidence. I thank you for the friendship. Be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Applaudissez encore, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup pour votre bonne présentation. Madame Noéline, the Director of Division of Ecological and Earth Science and Secretary, in the Biosphere Program Natural Science Sector at UNESCO. Thank you very much. It is an opportunity for you guys to stand up a little bit and relax and, you know. So I want to remind you, for people who want to make yourself at ease, il y a des lieux d'aisance qui sont là en coin. Si vous voulez bien utiliser et voilà. Merci beaucoup. Moi, maintenant, je vais demander qu'on applaudisse encore pour Mama Mab. Merci beaucoup. Il est là. En fait, c'est bien introduit quand il a dit « Moi, je suis Mama Mab ». Et voilà. Merci beaucoup. Merci encore pour votre bonne présentation qui nous a mis dans le mood. Et puis, les gens se sont un peu mis en haut, ils se sont relaxés. C'était bon, c'était vraiment une très bonne présentation. Et vous avez de l'eau sur vos tables, vous avez des lieux d'aisance et sentez à l'aise. Maintenant, c'est le tour de qui, monsieur le modérateur?
C'est opening remarks from Professor Andeshola. Thank you.
Can you clap for the professor?
Au moment où elle
clap more.
A approché son siège là-bas.
As he's stepping towards the stage.
C'est ça. La présentation que vous venez d'entendre a dérogé nos émotions, n'est-ce pas? La suivante va aussi être la même. Hein, soyez donc prêts. On applaudit encore, il est là. C'est bien, c'est une grande contribution attendue ici.
Thank you.
Merci.
Today is quite an emotional one for me. I wouldn't want Noeline to speak to that. It's been a journey that has turned AFRIMAB to a family, and it's always very difficult to hear any one of us trying to bid bye-bye. I was winking at her when she wants to speak that don't say it, because it's something I'd tried my best since last year when she first attempted to leave. I did a coup, we aborted it, and I was still thinking we could take her further. But we must appreciate that age is no longer on her side. She's been quite struggling. She's somebody who doesn't know how to do mayor work. Give any assignment to Noeline, she wants to put everything about her into it. And I think keeping her further will be selfish on our part. But there's a saying in Nigeria that you could be allowed to retire, but since you are not tired, we'll keep exploiting your brain until we realize every other person has taken duplicate of what you have on your brain, and so we can let you go. So, Noeline, you are only leaving UNESCO Map ICC in Fontenoy. You are not leaving AfriMap. And if you agree with me before I go into my remark, I want to settle an issue today that if we all agree, be it official or unofficial, that we designate Noeline today as Mama AfriMap, while we give to Martinez the face of Africa, because she's been the proud African lady at every of our meeting in Paris. No matter what the weather is saying, she must dress in Africa. So Martin, you are the face of Africa, and Noeline remains Mama AfriMap, if we agree with that. So we adopt that from today. Having said that, let me recognize the rep of the Honorable Minister as well as the Governor of the Northern Province. The SG NATCOM, which I always call the host, is the father of everything. The Director of Ecological and Earth Science of UNESCO, and Chief of the Division, my friend Hans, the Chair of AfriMap, Martin, the face of African, colleague delegates, youth that we consider the most important group of MAP, managers of site, other participants here, gentlemen of press, technical and logistics staff that has made our arrival and stay so far comfortable. That is commendable, and we don't want to leave you out. We appreciate. Some of us got here this morning, all the way from Kigali, and they were never frowning. They were still friendly until they got us here. Please help us appreciate your staff, who have been more than commendable. So having said all of that, let me register that it's with great pleasure and delight that I welcome you all to the 7th General Assembly of the African Biosphere Reserve Network, AfriMap, graciously hosted by Rwanda government. We are grateful for this kind gesture. The last time we gathered like this was during the 6th General Assembly in Côte d'Ivoire that we call AfriCoast in 2019, just before the COVID pandemic. You will agree with me that the unprecedented outbreak of the pandemic taught us many lessons about resilience, even with its positive and negative impacts. The outbreak has taught us that any disease outbreak anywhere today could be a problem for the world tomorrow. The import of it all is we should learn to live in harmony with nature by valuing, conserving, restoring, maintaining, and utilizing sustainably ecosystem services provided by the forest at large. As such, the theme of this year's General Assembly could not have come at a better time than this, given the all-encompassing environmental challenges and threats to human existence on the planet Earth. The theme, ecosystem restoration in the context of sustainable development, African Biosphere Reserve, leading the way towards 2030. Call for urgent attention towards repairing the damage human activities have caused to natural ecosystem and seek to return them to an earlier state or to another state that is closely related to one unaltered by human activities. The overwhelming effect and consequences of natural ecosystem degradation, destruction, and damage is felt in all regions of the world. As such, we all have a role to play collectively in halting, reversing, and restoring the injured green planet for meaningful and sustainable development, particularly in the African region. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you for all the wonderful support given to Nigeria during the hosting of the 33rd session of MAB ICC in Abuja, Nigeria. It was an excellent event held for the first time in Africa. It couldn't have been more outstanding without your exceptional support and cooperation. It was after this event, during the 34th session in Paris, that was unanimously elected for the second term as the chair of MAB ICC. And at this junction, I must thank the DG UNESCO and Noeline for insisting that Africa has proven that they can lead and we must go another term. Thank you, Noeline, and please convey my regards to. Remarkably, 11 new biosphere reserves were added to the World Network of Biosphere Reserves during the last MAB ICC session. With this, the World Network of Biosphere Reserves now comprises of 738 biosphere reserves in 134 countries, including 22 transboundary sites, and I'm greatly delighted to welcome Chad and Zambia in the African region joining the network. However, while we are clamoring and advocating for more biosphere reserves, we need to ensure that the existing biosphere reserves and the National MAB Committee are functional, which has been the problem with African countries. Additionally, one of the key fallout of the 34th session was the renaming of MAB, of Man and Biosphere Program. This was extensively discussed, while an open-ended working group was set up for further consultation. I will therefore urge the African region and other regions of the network to come up with its consensus submission for onward transmission to the open-ended working group and recommendations to the MAB ICC during our 35th session that will be coming up in June this year in Paris. However, we need to be cautious and meticulous about the process while retaining the long-lasting legacy of the MAB program. Finally, I want to further use the medium to encourage all member states in the African region to contribute towards the agreed $1,000 funding to finance activities in African Biosphere Reserve, AfriMAP status. This is a step in the right direction. At this junction, I acknowledge with thanks the support our cooperation received from various partners, countries, Vocal Point, UNESCO, NATCOM, national MAP committees, and funding agencies. I appreciate your interest in moving the MAP programs forward, particularly in Africa. Thank you for your attention. I wish everyone a successful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you give again a round of applause, please? Another round of applause to the chair, Igwe Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In his speech, he was giving salute to Mama Map. Everybody is saying thank you very much and salute to, I'm addressing you to Mama Map. Everybody is saying thank you, saluting your efforts, your motivation, everything you've done to make the network. I have to turn on the microphone.
Sorry. That's Mama Africa. This is Mama Africa.
Applaudissez encore, s'il vous plaît. Applaudissez encore. Ça, c'est Mama Mab, Mama Africa, Mama Mab. Deux mamans très importantes dans notre conférence. C'est très bon. Merci beaucoup. Maintenant, je pense que nous arrivons à un moment très important.
C'est vrai.
Où nous allons recevoir notre invité d'honneur.
Oui, mais avant, on peut fermer les yeux pour penser. Fermez les yeux, s'il vous plaît. Maman Africa, je te vois. Fermez les yeux. On voit quoi? On voit quoi? On voit tout cela. La terre. On voit les océans. On voit les montagnes de la province du Nord. Partout, de partout là où on a passé. Ce soir, hier. On voit la biodiversité, la faune et la flore. On respire, on aspire, on soupire un peu, on est bien, on savoure l'odeur du Rwanda. Comme il est bon, le sol et le sous-sol. C'est bien, on voit les mots-clés, les mots importants. Écosystème, biosphère, la diversité, les animaux et les plantes, la conservation. Merci beaucoup. Merci, merci. Claude, tu disais que c'est le moment d'inviter le DEJ, Madame directeur général au sein du ministère de l'Environnement et la section changement climatique. Merci beaucoup. Elle est prête. Claude, prière de l'accompagner. Merci pour tout service. Merci. Maintenant, nous avançons au large, n'est-ce pas?
Voilà, ça fonctionne. J'avais l'impression que c'était le yoga. On ferme les yeux, on voit les montagnes, on voit l'écosystème et la conservation. Eh bien oui, on est là à cause de cela. Avant de commencer, je voulais juste reconnaître aussi la présence de Madame le gouverneur du Nord. So, let me switch. Honorable Governor of the Northern Province, Chair of Man and BIOSPHERE, MAB ICC, Secretary of the MAB Program, Secretary of the Rwandan National Commission for UNESCO, Mama Africa, membre fondatrice, comme on disait, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and delegates from different parts of the world, and especially from Africa. Good morning, all. Bonjour à tous. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment, and specifically on behalf of the Minister of Environment, I really want to welcome us all to this 7th UNESCO AFRIMAB General Assembly. It's a great pleasure to be here, really. And this is a General Assembly. While we are talking about this theme of ecosystem restoration, and why ecosystem restoration, for us to see if we're going to reach the sustainable development, the goals we have set for 2030. And 2030, mind you, is just 7 years from now. So from the Ministry of Environment perspective, we're really happy to receive you here. With your presence, we know we have all hands to support us to conserve the environment, not only of Rwanda, but also global-wise. which means we are working as a national team, but in the global context. So thank you so much for bringing this 7th General Assembly here in Rwanda. I will not take much time explaining the ecosystem services, the importance of restoration. You're better placed to say that. Your presence today shows that you're better placed. But I want to say just one story. You may all know it, but let me just repeat it. For some people who read the famous book of the Bible, it seems one day all started with one man and a woman in a beautiful biosphere reserve. And all was beautiful. There was everything, ranging from trees, beautiful garden, flowers, which means pollinators were there as well, water, fruits, everything. And then the regulator said, you're here, you're going to use it, you're going to live in harmony with this nature. I give you permission, go there, use this tree, use this one, use the fruits, and use everything. But if you don't use it sustainably, you will die. It means you will touch everything you want, but maybe if you touch on this one, there will be degradation. Maybe if you use these fruits, there will be no more restoration of it. Maybe it's an endemic species which will never, come back. Maybe it's a species which is going under extinction. You don't have to touch it. Then, if you do, you will die. What does that mean to today's world? If you cut trees the way you want, then you will die. There will be no water from all the functions of the tree. You will not have all the ecosystem services that are served through what we are using. So that's how it all started. And I wish we could understand that. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's the story, how it is. And the man said, yes, I know. I understand what you're saying. You mean we can use A, B, C, D, except that one. So they went and said, do you think if we use it, we will die? There was a woman discussing. And he said, no, we will not die. Actually, we will live, and we will live in even longer. And then, had they just touched that one, they started feeling the impacts. They started feeling the impact. So I'm just relating it to today's world. We are here gathering. Actually, the General Assembly is just a form of conveying the message that we want to conserve the environment. We want to preserve the ecosystem. That's the message we are sending out there today. We want to live not only today and tomorrow. We want the generations, the youth, to also live not only today, but also tomorrow. We want to reach the 2030 goals, but we also want to be setting other goals by 2030. So that's the message. Then, coming back to the story, they used it, and they have started seeing the impact, which I now relate to what we are doing in this world. We have the biosphere reserves, and we have all the regulations. You cannot do this in a biosphere reserve. You have to protect the environment. At the Ministry of Environment, we have set the laws. We have the biodiversity law, and we have different other forms of fora where we really meet to protect the environment. Madame Noeline said that we have had the APAC, Africa Protected Areas Congress. Those are the efforts to show that we really need to protect the environment. But despite the laws, the strategies, the plans and the structures we put in place, we are seeing degradation. We are seeing people using the biodiversity, the ecosystem as they see please, which brings us all the consequences, and most of them are the exacerbation of the impact of the climate change that we are now facing and that we really want to tackle in these days. Isn't that consequences of not really abiding with the laws, with the regulations, and with what actually the trying to send the message out there that we need to go back and listen to the regulations worldwide, what we are putting, all the structures, the CBD, the UN biodiversity and all those structures, they are good, but we need to live without us, but the contrary is not true. We can't live without the nature. So to end, I just wanted to thank the UNESCO MAB Secretariat and the Rwanda MAB National Committee and all the partners to have organized this General Assembly here in Rwanda. And what a beautiful place to have this General Assembly. It's really, aspires us to what living in harmony with nature could look like, right? Thank you so much for inviting us, for putting it here. And Governor, really congratulations to the Northern Province and to Musanze to making this place as beautiful as it is. You have proven to us that conservation, living, putting structures like this in the middle of the trees and plants is possible. We don't need to cut trees to put infrastructure. We don't need to cut trees to have a beautiful space. So thank you so much for hosting us and for giving us this opportunity. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Environment in the Republic of Rwanda, we thank you again, all organizers, for this important meeting, and we look forward to the outcome of the meeting, and you have the full support of the Ministry of Environment in this endeavor. So I wish you a fruitful deliberation for these coming days. Thank you so much, and nice stay in Rwanda.
On continue, on applaudit, c'est constructif. Très important, très important. Merci beaucoup, merci pour tout. Merci beaucoup. C'était au nom du ministre de l'Environnement au Rwanda. Elle a bien terminé en disant « Nous sommes là, nous vous promettons que nous vous soutenons. AFRIMAB est soutenu, est accepté. » Merci beaucoup. À présent, j'ai dit qu'on doit avancer au large. Le jour aussi avance, ce qui va bien. Je voudrais... est-ce que Aline et Françoise est là? The coordinator of MAP Youth in Rwanda, veuillez approcher. Approche pour que je te dise quelque chose, ou tu nous dis quelque chose. C'est un secret qui va être divulgué maintenant. Merci.
Merci. I'm Aline Françoise Mbabazi, and I'm the coordinator of MAP Youth, mostly in Rwanda, and we have something prepared for Mrs. Gostau Carl Martin on behalf of MAP Youth. Please welcome for a lot you are doing for us at the youth. Oh.
Merci, merci, voilà. C'est une cérémonie à savourer.
Et moi, je vais bien appeler les photographes. Il ne faut pas rater cette photo, hein. Posez très bien. On va prendre une photo. Il ne faut pas rater cette photo, les photographes. Ça, c'est inoubliable. On ne peut pas ramener. C'est la jeunesse, c'est donc Youth et Mama. Donc voilà, il ne faut pas rater en tout cas. Merci beaucoup, Aline. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Un grand merci.
C'est Maman Africa qui continue, elle est là. Oui, bien. Protocole. Et nous les autres, nous applaudissons quand même. On attend ce qu'elle apparaisse là-bas.
Je n'ai pas entendu. Merci. Je voudrais d'abord manifester ma joie de me retrouver ici, au Rwanda. Le même rêve que Léonine a eu, nous l'avons rêvé ensemble. Et nous nous retrouvons ici, dans un pays que nous avons porté au fond de notre cœur, le Rwanda. Ceci dit, Madame Béatrice Firouza, directrice générale de l'environnement et du changement climatique, représentant le ministre de l'Environnement du Rwanda. Vraiment, je vous félicite pour votre présentation, pour votre engagement. Merci. Au nom de votre nom, Dasila me plaît beaucoup. Donc, je l'adopte. Merci pour votre accueil. Merci pour la manière très africaine dont vous nous avez donné votre message. Merci infiniment. Ah, le grand professeur. Professeur Adeshola, lève-toi un peu. Vous savez, nous sommes au CIC, c'est-à-dire le comité international gouvernemental. Il comprend plusieurs réseaux. Il y a les réseaux européens. Monsieur Hans, il est indonésien, il n'est pas européen. Il est avec nous, africains. Hans, il est indonésien. Il y a les réseaux africains. Il y a les réseaux d'Asie. Il y en a 3 même en subdivision. Il y a les Ibero-Mab. On a plusieurs réseaux. N'est-ce pas une grande fierté pour nous tous? Et non seulement cela, le premier mandat a été une réussite. Ils ont doublé le mandat d'un nègre, un Africain. Nous sommes tous fiers. C'est avec beaucoup de fierté que je souhaiterais que vous partagiez à des solas, à des... J'ai des mains que je ne vois pas. Sénégal, applaudis. Applaudissez tout Afrimab. Voilà. Merci beaucoup, mon très cher frère. Nous sommes très fiers et nous te soutiendrons toujours. Même maman, les mamans regardent quand même en direction de l'avancée de l'Afrique. Noline et moi, nous serons toujours là pour vous pousser, pour regarder. La jeunesse, vous aurez un mot particulier tout à l'heure, parce que l'Afrique est sous vos épaules maintenant. Les jeunes, où est ma fille là? Ma fille qui est venue tout à l'heure. Viens à côté de moi. Je suis en train de passer le relais. Tu seras très dynamique. Nous avons porté avec vraiment les enjeux, on les abordait avec joie. C'est-à-dire, nous n'avons jamais dit c'est lourd. Non. On s'appelle, on dit, mais tu as vu tel enjeu, comment on va faire pour booster ça? Et Noélie et moi, on s'appelle. Pendant qu'on est dans nos travaux et tout ça, dans nos agences, mais on pensait, on a grandi dans le MAB, on a pensé le MAB, on a fait avancer le MAB. Aujourd'hui, où nous passons le relais, les jeunes gens, attrapez bien ce c'est toi qui vas. Donc, il m'a appris à aller connaître les autres réserves de biosphère. Donc, il m'a formé réellement en matière de réserves de biosphère. Dosso Henri, paix à son âme, merci. Nous connaissons tous, pour les plus jeunes, peut-être vous avez vu leur nom dans les documents. Docteur le ministre Bala Keïta. Est-ce que beaucoup ont entendu parler de Bala Keïta? C'est lui qui a créé le MAB. Le MAB. Il a été un des premiers au CIC. Et bien sûr, David Kabbalah. Qui connaît David Kabbalah? Vous voyez, c'est vraiment la génération. Donc, David Kabbalah, Bala Keïta, Dosso, c'est ceux-là qui ont créé le MAB, le socle sur lequel nous sommes là. Ceci dit, nous observons la minute de recueillement. Chers collègues, honorables invités, honorables membres, je vous remercie. Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie. Ainsi donc, au nom du comité national du programme AB Côte d'Ivoire, permettez-moi de citer ce monsieur parce que si nous n'avons pas la gouvernance, la bonne gouvernance, nos comités ne peuvent pas évoluer comme il faut. Et en tant que présidente de AFRIMAB, si je n'avais pas le soutien de ce ministre, je crois que j'allais travailler difficilement avec mes autres frères des autres pays. Donc, au nom du comité national du programme AB, qui va présider par son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, le professeur Diawara Daouda, autorité politique focale du MAB en Côte d'Ivoire, en collaboration avec Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement, qui porte une autre institution qui travaille beaucoup avec le MAB, c'est l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves de Côte d'Ivoire et même des autres pays africains. Et bien entendu, au nom du professeur Bakayoko Liramanta, même si elle n'est pas là, elle a beaucoup œuvré, n'est-ce pas, pour le MAB. Elle est actuellement déléguée permanente de la Côte d'Ivoire auprès de l'UNESCO, Paris. Au nom de la délégation ivoirienne qui m'accompagne et qui est composée vraiment d'une grande... Vous voyez cette grande délégation. La grande délégation, cette grande délégation, là-dedans, là, il y a un problème. Il y en a 3 qui sont venus me voir la veille. Ils disent, ah, j'ai rêvé. Maman, il faut que Rwanda, là, il faut que je parte aussi. J'ai rêvé, je me suis trouvé avec des gorilles, tout ça là-bas. Je ne peux pas rater le Rwanda. Il y a un autre qui dit, ah, le Rwanda, j'avais 3. Alors, quand on est arrivé à Kigali et qu'il a vu Kigali, il y a un qui est venu me dire, ah, Côte d'Ivoire là, ça va être chaud, hein? Et quand vous allez retourner là, bon, avancez, hein? On va poursuivre après. Donc, le Rwanda a conquis le cœur de mes frères et sœurs ivoiriens, africains du programme MAB qui sont là. Tout le monde est tombé amoureux. Donc, vraiment, merci beaucoup pour l'accueil que vous nous avez. On n'est pas surpris, mais merci vraiment au nom de tous mes collègues de AFRIMAB. Nous avons vraiment été honorés. N'est-ce pas, mes collègues? Donc, on applaudit. Je n'ai pas entendu vos applaudissements. Applaudissez le Rwanda.
Applaudissez encore plus fort.
De faire du réseautage et d'être un groupe et de contribuer au MAB et à l'agenda global.
Maintenant,
donc, lorsque nous nous sommes réunis en 2007 à Cape Town, en Afrique du Sud, et je voudrais remercier...
Applaudissez encore plus fort.
On a fait beaucoup de choses ensemble, donc elle a vraiment parlé de... Je voudrais maintenant... Donc je vais donner... je crois que Madame, pour appuyer, Noéline a déjà... D'abord pour... Son discours est presque identique. Parce qu'on a travaillé ensemble, on a fait beaucoup de choses ensemble, donc elle a vraiment parlé de nos travaux, de nos réussites ensemble. Donc je vais donner quelques éléments quand même pour appuyer ce qu'elle a dit. D'abord pour les jeunes, l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui, de demain, le renforcement de la jeunesse, c'est vous. Je voudrais insister là-dessus. Organisez-vous. Maman Youth, nous sommes encore... Il faudrait que tous les pays... mamans sont là, les papas sont là, pour vous pousser. Et le Maman Youth. Il faut que les jeunes se mobilisent. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, l'Afrique d'aujourd'hui, de demain, le comité national c'est vous. Les jeunes soient déjà présents dans le bureau. Organisez-vous. Nous sommes encore présents. Les mamans sont là, les papas sont là, pour vous pousser encore. Je compte sur tous les comités qui sont là. Donc, ce membre, il y a aussi, il faudrait que dans les comités nationaux du MAP, les jeunes soient déjà présents dans le bureau. Ils soient présents, responsabilisés dans le bureau. Voilà, merci. Donc, je compte sur tous les comités qui sont là. Il y a aussi Noline, mais là, le soin d'en parler, c'est le plan. Donne-moi un peu d'eau. Lorsque le concept MAB a été créé en 1971, à votre santé, on a pensé en même temps à la formation des experts africains qui vont animer le programme ERAIF. Donc l'ERAIF a été... ERAIF, c'est un élément du MAB. Lorsque le concept MAB a été créé en 1971, il ne faut pas causer. On a pensé en même temps à la formation des experts, je te passe l'Africain, qui vont animer ce comité MAB. Donc l'ERAIF a été... Tu peux me donner la définition de l'ERAIF?
C'est l'école régionale d'aménagement intégré des forêts et territoires.
Il ne faut pas causer. L'ERAIF, il faut donner la définition de l'ERAIF. Je te passe la parole. C'est Noéline qui doit vous donner la définition de l'ERAIF. L'école qui peut me donner la définition de l'ERAIF?
C'est l'école régionale d'aménagement intégré des forêts et territoires tropicaux.
C'est tellement développé que actuellement, les membres de AFRIMAB. Nous sommes dans la phase. C'est Noéline qui doit vous donner la définition de l'ERAIF. Donc pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, l'extension a commencé prochainement. Connaissez tous les outils du MAB. Parce que l'ERAIF, c'est le MAB. Après l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Mais l'ERAIF, c'est tellement développé que actuellement, il a pris son envol. Les bases nous sommes dans la phase de l'extension. Sinon, l'Inde, donc pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, l'extension a commencé avec la base en Côte d'Ivoire, mais pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Après l'Afrique de l'Ouest, toutes les autres régions d'Afrique, comme il faut, doivent avoir leur IRAFT, les bases IRAFT. Ce programme-là, sinon l'Inde est intéressée, ils veulent le modèle IRAFT pour l'Afrique. Donc nous qui avons créé notre chose là en Afrique, on a qu'à d'abord nous en approprier et développer ça comme il faut. Donc je crois que ce programme-là, l'équipe du Rwanda, nous avons fait en assemblée générale, faire en sorte que en ligne les RAIFT pour l'Afrique, les réunions, les différentes réunions pour la mobilisation des jeunes, pour les informations sur le 50e, tous les autres éléments comme anniversaire que nous avons fait en assemblée générale en ligne, les réunions, les différentes réunions pour la mobilisation des jeunes, pour les informations sur le 50e anniversaire, le 50e anniversaire du MAB, et aussi les impacts du Covid, la région, nous devons faire en sorte que la sous-région, les enjeux africains puissent être vraiment pour les gagner. Maintenant, les habitats de grands singes. Quel élément il y a également? Il y a, bien sûr, la région, Noéline en a parlé également, la sous-région africaine, Afrimab, pour les réserves de biosphère abritant les habitats de grands singes. Ça, on parle de faire sérieusement si c'est pas chez les Blancs là-bas, hein, c'est chez nous. Alors, il ne faudrait pas que ce soit une affaire de bad. Nous développons vraiment ce programme. Dans chaque sous-région africaine, nous travaillons bien ce programme. Nous faisons de ce programme un programme mondial. Merci. Il y a beaucoup de choses. Quand on parle de singes, de machin, ce n'est pas chez les Blancs là-bas, hein, c'est chez nous. Alors, ici, nous développons vraiment ce programme et qu'il brille dans le monde, dans le réseau mondial. On ne peut rien réaliser sans notre fierté. On va pas toujours. Merci. Il y a beaucoup de choses, certainement, mais elle en a déjà parlé. Nous avons le fonds. Nous avons terminé par des ressources. Elle en a parlé, c'est un fonds qui est très difficile. On n'a pas fait regarder. On ne peut rien réaliser sans argent. L'Union européenne. On ne va pas toujours aller demander à l'Union européenne, donnez-nous l'argent. Mais nous-mêmes en Afrique, nous avons des stratégies, nous avons des ressources que nous devons mettre. Si nos réseaux on n'a pas fait regarder bien ficelés, et qu'ils ont des activités phares qui génèrent nous-mêmes des ressources. On peut. C'est possible. On peut et on va gagner entre nous si on s'entraide, si nos réseaux sont bien ficelés et qu'ils ont des activités phares qui génèrent des ressources. La 7e AG, là, il faut Rwanda, nous allons vous donner le MAB, je ne sais pas, mais nous faisons Adetola. Voilà, Adetola au Rwanda, il va briller plus qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il va briller plus que la 7e AG là. Il faut que ce soit une.
Merci beaucoup. Maman Africa, avant de quitter le stage.
Je ne sais pas où il est parti. Adetola. Voilà, Adetola. Qui rêvait là, qui ne voulait plus partir en Côte d'Ivoire, l'Afrique. C'est lui. Oh, c'est le bras droit du ministre là-bas. Ce n'est pas un problème, il veut me donner. Il ne veut plus partir en Côte d'Ivoire. Il dit non.
Merci beaucoup. Maman Africa, avant de quitter le stage.
Il est le directeur, vous voyez, des affaires juridiques. L'un de ceux qui rêvaient là, qui ne voulait plus partir en Côte d'Ivoire là. C'est lui. Oh, c'est le bras droit du ministre là-bas. C'est lui. C'est pas un problème, il veut me donner. Qui conduit. Il ne va plus partir en Côte d'Ivoire. Avant ça, il doit venir. Vraiment, ce pays-là, j'ai trop rêvé de ça. C'est le bras droit de notre ministre. Il est le directeur des affaires juridiques et de la coopération. Donc c'est lui qui a ce dossier-là. C'est lui actuellement qui conduit l'IRAIFT, Institut, ce n'est plus école pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, c'est que nous ayons l'appui institutionnel solide. La formation, il ne faut pas que je dise que non, les territoires et les forêts tropicales. Donc c'est lui qui a ce dossier-là. Il faut aller là-bas. Tu n'as pas pour dire que j'ai mon projet dans nos pays. J'ai des jeunes. Moi, j'ai plein de jeunes en sorte derrière nous parce que nous ayons l'appui institutionnel solide. Il ne faut pas que je dise que non, c'est pas politique. Donc moi, je dois aller taper aux portes. Ministre, parfois même humilié là-bas. Taper aux portes pour dire ministre. J'ai mon projet, j'ai des jeunes. Moi, j'ai plein de jeunes derrière nous parce que quand je suis devant, ils pensent que tous les problèmes peuvent être résolus par moi. Oh, c'est pas évident. Je dois aller taper aux portes, votre ministre là. Parfois même humilié. Parce que vous n'êtes pas. Et c'est ce ministre-là qui aime le MAB et qui a fait du MAB son affaire. Il va vous. Et c'est lui. Vous avez compris cela, cher de Afrima, qui m'a soutenu. Parce que chaque pays, chers collègues, est représenté dans Afrima. Il faut que dans vos pays, vous ayez au moins votre ministre là. Ne le fouillez pas parce que vous n'êtes pas de son parti. Oubliez tout ça. Allez-y le voir, il va vous appuyer, il va vous... Vous avez compris cela, cher de Afrima. Parce que chaque pays est représenté dans Afrima. Vous m'avez suivi. Donc je vais lui passer la parole pour qu'il donne les deux mots.
Il est vraiment difficile pour moi de passer après un tel dinosaure.
J'aimerais bien en fait, avant de quitter la scène, il y a beaucoup de monde qui veut profiter de votre photo. Avant de partir, prenez place
sur le livre de la Genèse. Je dirais que je me sens très proche de Dieu quand je suis ici à Moussanzé. Il est vraiment difficile pour moi de passer après un tel dinosaure. Pas loin. Je peux presque mes mots, mais bon, je vais me prêter à l'exercice. Et je vais prêter l'analogie de Madame la ministre, Madame Béatrice, qui a pris comme référence le livre de la Genèse. Je dirais que je me sens très proche de Dieu quand je suis ici à Moussanzé, car on est à 1800 mètres d'altitude et Dieu est juste là, à côté, mais pas loin. Mesdames et messieurs, Madame Béatrice Césaire, au nom de Monsieur le ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur du Rwanda, je voudrais adresser mes félicitations à Madame la gouverneure et à la Commission du Nord, de l'UNESCO, M. Atebojou, pour l'excellente relation de gauze. Mesdames et messieurs les délégués, en tout programme avoir en garde de qualité, tout protocole respecté. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une véritable histoire d'amour. Au nom de Monsieur le ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur, M. Adama Diawara, je voudrais adresser mes félicitations au Rwanda, et à la Commission de l'UNESCO pour l'excellente relation de cette Assemblée générale de Afrima. En tout programme sur l'homme et la biosphère MAB, et la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une véritable histoire d'amour. Car en Côte d'Ivoire, depuis 1971, le président Houphouët-Boigny fut l'un des premiers présidents à mettre en place le MAB, qui est basé à l'Université d'Angablogois. Le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur, qui est l'autorité focale, a su jouer son rôle et a mis en œuvre ce programme en Côte d'Ivoire et depuis ce temps, qui sont restés son soutien au programme MAB. Donc la Côte d'Ivoire entend poursuivre ses efforts. Donc c'est un plaisir pour moi d'être ici parmi vous et de conduire cette délégation qui est assez forte, avec à sa tête le Centre régional d'écologie qui est basé à l'Université d'Angablogois en Côte d'Ivoire, l'OIPR, l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves, et encore certains membres qui n'ont pas pu venir, qui sont restés encore derrière, qui seront là peut-être demain. Donc la Côte d'Ivoire entend poursuivre ses efforts afin de contribuer à l'essor du programme MAB, avec tous les partenaires. Ce faisant, le ministère, avec la collaboration de l'accord de siège de l'ERAIF, sur lequel nous travaillons beaucoup, nous tenons à vous dire que bientôt l'ERAIF aura son siège à Fidèle-Ouest en Côte d'Ivoire. Et le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur a donné son accord. On attend maintenant l'accord du ministère des Affaires étrangères pour que cela se fasse. Également, nous travaillons aussi avec des partenaires, notamment la Guinée. La Guinée et peut-être le Libéria pour mettre en place une zone transfrontalière entre le Libéria et la Guinée sur le mont Nemba. Une réserve frontalière et nous voulons vous en parler aussi également. C'est un projet que nous tient également en cœur. Et enfin, et c'est là enfin un hommage à tous nos précurseurs très tôt partis, l'appui de Madame et à ceux qui sont encore là, elle tient à vous remercier Madame Noéline Raondry à la Cotoraïzoa, de fructifier cet héritage-là qui a été légué et de donner à la pour nos pays. Je vous remercie. Le ministre vous salue également. Il vous salue et il a tenu à ce que je vous le dise.
Applaudissez encore. Invitez, approchez s'il vous plaît. Et j'invite tous les caméramans et les photographes. Non, vous restez ici, Maman Africa. Là, c'est bon, parce que là, tout le monde doit vous avoir dans la photo, quoi. Il y a des gens qui vont être ici, d'autres qui vont être ici. Comment? Non, ici, ça, parce qu'on doit avoir ça aussi dans le background. Bon, ici. Alors,
il faut bien préciser les choses ici. Il y a une photo qui va être prise, une photo de remerciement pour remercier Maman Africa. Il faut que cela soit d'abord. Donc, on peut avancer pour cette photo d'abord, prise de cette photo essentielle de remerciement, et la photo suivante après. Donc, la photo que je vous ai précédemment annoncée.
Ça, il ne faut pas s'inquiéter, on va prendre beaucoup de photos, c'est bon.
C'est une photo de remerciement d'abord.
Si tout le monde approche, les plus avancés vont être ici. Les plus avancés, ils vont rester ici. Non, pas les plus avancés. Les plus avancés vont aller là derrière.
Ce sont les photos.
Make sure you have everybody in the frame, the photographers.
C'est vrai, ça c'est vrai.
Et voilà.
Très bien, il faut prononcer le mot chips. Voilà, chips.
Et voilà, on est à Moussanze, il faut sur un peu là. Cheese.
Faut
tout le monde est là.
sourit.
Qui est un peu là?
Bien.
Est-ce que vous avez tout le monde, les photographes?
Est-ce qu'on voit tout le monde?
Make sure you have everybody in the frame. Do you have everybody in the frame, guys?
Très important, et les badges, tout est en ordre.
You see Mama Africa, the Mama Map, the delegates, participants. Make sure you have everybody. Now you're going to say cheese.
Qui d'autre voudrait être là?
Put it a bit up. Can you raise your hands up a bit and say cheese?
Hands and do something.
This is map.
Okay, and this is Rwanda.
I guess you have everybody in the frame, guys.
Photo?
If you miss this photo, you're going to be fired. I'm telling you the truth. You have to make sure you have everybody in the frame.
Je vois l'UNESCO est là, c'est comme si tout le monde est là, l'Afrique est là, le Rwanda est là.
Je vois tout le
Merci
monde.
beaucoup,
Et
merci.
voilà, c'est bien.
Les photographes, faites tout votre mieux, votre bien.
C'est bon, c'est parti. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, on applaudit encore, c'est la parole de...
Merci pour la pause. Maintenant, quand vous descendez, vous reprenez vos places.
C'est la parole de remerciement qui suit. Une parole de remerciement dont il a été question. Voilà, cette parole peut nous être adressée, si vous le permettez. On veut remercier Madame Africa. C'est bien. C'est le tour de Daouda alors. Merci.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je n'ai rien préparé parce que ce que je voudrais dire vient du cœur. Je voudrais, du haut de cette tribune de la 7e Assemblée générale, AFRIMAB, et au nom de tous les pays membres de AFRIMAB, dire que Martine Gauze a été de tous les combats d'AFRIMAB. Toutes les activités, tous les projets, Martine a toujours été là. Et nous avons beaucoup appris auprès de Martine. Elle nous a inculqué beaucoup de valeurs, notamment le courage, le travail d'équipe, mais surtout la persévérance. Parce que Martine a fait sienne la citation de Léon Trotsky qui disait que la persévérance rend l'impossible possible. La persévérance rend l'impossible possible, rend le possible probable et le probable réalisé. Martine, Noéline et tant d'autres ont rendu AFRIMAB possible. Et je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, elle a été de tous les combats. Moi, je peux le dire, parce que j'étais avec Martine lors de la première Assemblée générale d'AFRIMAB en 2007 à Cape Town, à Nairobi en 2010, à Accra en 2013, à Accra en 2015, à Ibadan pour la 5e Assemblée générale en 2017, et enfin elle nous a accueillis à Abidjan en 2019 pour la 6e Assemblée générale, et nous sommes aujourd'hui à Kigali pour la 7e Assemblée générale. Donc nous disons merci, merci à Martine, mais j'en profite également pour remercier vivement Madame Noéline Raondry, parce que Noéline est d'une humilité extraordinaire. Quand je l'ai entendu parler, ce qu'elle n'a pas dit, c'est que AFRIMAB, dans sa forme actuelle, si ça existe, c'est en grande partie grâce à Noéline, qui a été au cœur de l'organisation de la première Assemblée générale à Cape Town en 2007 et qui a été à l'origine de la fusion des réseaux qui existaient. Je dirais même c'était des embryons de réseaux parce que ça ne fonctionnait pas. Ça a été créé en 1996 à Dakar. Le côté francophone s'est réuni en 1999, mais jusqu'en 2017, le réseau AFRIMAB n'était pas fonctionnel. Si on a un réseau AFRIMAB aujourd'hui, on le doit en grande partie à Noéline. Donc merci à Noéline et merci à Martine. Pour le mot de la fin, je voudrais dire aux jeunes, la plus jeune génération, moi peut-être que je suis de la génération intermédiaire, parce que j'ai accompagné Noéline et Martine à toutes les assemblées générales, à tous les congrès mondiaux des réserves de biosphère depuis 2008 à Madrid, 2016 à Lima et peut-être 2025 en Chine. Que Dieu nous prête longue vie. Mais je voudrais dire aux jeunes que vous devez prendre le flambeau. Noéline disait tout à l'heure que ce sera sa dernière mission, peut-être sa dernière mission officielle au nom de l'UNESCO, mais elle sera là pour nous accompagner. Martine, c'est pareil. Martine va partir à la retraite, mais elle va continuer à nous accompagner. C'est la jeune génération qui doit prendre le relais. Et comme on dit chez nous, l'aiguille ne doit pas se perdre entre nos mains. Nous devons continuer à maintenir haut le flambeau d'AFRIMAB. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, un grand merci. Maintenant, je peux demander à Maman Africa de venir encore regagner votre place. Attends, je vais monter pour vous accompagner quand même.
C'est vrai, il faut l'accompagner. Merci beaucoup. On applaudit encore, applaudissons s'il vous plaît. Applaudissons, ce n'est pas la session. Bien. Les jeunes ont entendu, le flambeau est là, le flambeau est porté. Merci beaucoup. À présent, je voudrais qu'on s'apprête à suivre l'inauguration du centre. Comme vous le voyez sur l'agenda, il y a un Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management. I can see Professor Kaplan there. This is your turn. Please, this is your turn. Clap for Professor Kaplan. C'est l'inauguration, je vous dis. Inauguration du centre au Rwanda. C'est un grand plaisir. C'est ragaillardissant. Merci beaucoup. Claude, vous pouvez accompagner le professeur.
J'ai donné à Aline, they say the youth has to take le flambeau.
C'est vrai. Gender balance, very important.
Yeah. So today we are going to launch the moderator. We are launching the logo, the new logo of the center.
Sure.
The Center of Excellency has been existing. I think I'm right. Now with the new identity, the new logo, we are inviting Kaplan, the Director of Center of Excellence in Biodiversity in Natural Resource Management, the four Isios, waiting the technicians, Monsieur Innocent qui est là au coin, s'il vous plaît, be ready to project the presentation of the new logo. Madame Kaplan is on the stage, waiting for your presentation.
As I was saying, the Center of Excellence has been existing, but they have adopted a new logo, which we are now going to see. Madam Kaplan, the Director of Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management.
Okay.
Now the presentation is ready. You have a reflector in front of you.
Yes.
This is a comfort monitor. Feel free.
Comfort.
And then it's your time.
Yes. Well, I'm going to begin by inviting Madame Noeline to join me because she's going to give, and only she really could give the background to this UNESCO Category 2 Center. And then I'm going to tell you briefly where we are now. So.
Thank you, Beth. I'm delighted to present to you this Category 2 Center. As Daouda said, yes, sometimes I'm too shy. I have to say that I can claim that I was one of the leading person behind the Center of Excellence, and I'm very proud today. In the recent past, UNESCO has established several Category 2 centers in the field of natural sciences. These centers serve in the field of specialization as international or regional centers and pools of expertise to provide services and technical assistance to member states, cooperation partners, and internally to the network of UNESCO field offices. In this context, the ecological-related Category 2 centers are expected to contribute directly to attaining the strategic objectives and programmatic priorities of UNESCO's Man and the BIOSPHERE program. As I said in my previous intervention, there are currently 4 Category 2 centers which have been established under the MAB program. The ERAIFT, École régionale post-universitaire d'aménagement et de gestion intégrée des forêts et des territoires tropicaux, in DRC, which Martine presented, the International Center on Mediterranean Biosphere Reserve in Spain, the Global Research and Training Center for Internationally Designated Areas in Jeju Island in Korea, and the International Center for Capacity Development, Sustainable Use of Natural Resources and Societal Changes in Reykjavik in Iceland. So there were 4 before the Center of Excellence for Biodiversity joined them in 2021. So we have now 5, and you see it's not so much, but we claim that they are the best Category 2 center in the science sector. Let me recall how this initiative came from. As I said, my first mission here in Rwanda was in 2007. And I was attending a conference, the first international research conference on biodiversity and sustainable management of natural resources, the 33 July 2007. I was there to represent UNESCO and the Nairobi office. And during this conference, President Paul Kagame made a statement, and as usual, a very highlighting statement, very straight to the point. And he said that he was requesting effective and efficient institution with the appropriate human and physical infrastructure. He wanted to have another key imperative in the scientific and research capacity in Rwanda to continuously monitor, create new knowledge, as well as generate innovative solutions. As you know, UNESCO is the scientific UN agency. The S of UNESCO is for science. And within the science sector, we have the MAB program. And so for me, This request from President Kagame, it was just that he was talking to me and asking the MAP program to establish this center of excellence that he was looking for. And back to the office in Nairobi, I said to my director, the late Professor Masakoi, that we have a mission in Rwanda. We have to establish a center of excellence on biodiversity and natural resources management. And he trusted me. And then from there, I started to work with all the stakeholders here in Rwanda, starting with the National Commission for UNESCO, with REMA, with RAB, with RDB, with many stakeholders, with IGCP, with ARCOS, with a lot of, because the idea was to have a multidisciplinary institution, because it was the best way to grab all the expertise and all the people you have here in Rwanda who would be for value for the Center of Excellence. So we worked. Since 2008, we started by a feasibility study, and for that, we, as I said, the MAP program is based on international cooperation and international networking. So the first feasibility study for this Center of Excellence was done by a colleague from Ghana that you may know, which is Alfred Oteng-Eboa. We all know him because he is an outstanding member of the IPBS. And Alfred came here and did the first feasibility study. We also invited one Center of Excellence in Costa Rica to share their experience with Rwanda. And in 2009, we had a huge consultation process to establish the Center of Excellence in Rwanda. And in 2010, finally, we finalized the concept of the Center of Excellence, and we started the consultation with the government of Rwanda for the establishment of the center. And in 2010, the steering committee of the Center of Excellence was put in place by the government of Rwanda. Let me tell you that one thing that is important is financial resources. And to be sure that the Center of Excellence will be sustainable, from the beginning, we take the option that any single resources that will go to the Center of Excellence will be first provided by the national government, because it's the only way to have a sustainable institution. So at UNESCO, we provided financial support for the process, but we never paid any fee, any salary, anything for the infrastructure. We really helped to put the process in place. And we continue the consultation with the government of Rwanda and with the steering committee. And in 2011, we had a high-level meeting with all the high-level personalities involved in the Center of Excellence. And we ended up with a final decision that, yes, the government of Rwanda was really willing to establish this. So we had, from 2014 to 2021, a series of workshops, a series of training, a series of activity, institutional capacity building of the Center of Excellence. And in 2017, finally, the University of Rwanda board meeting has officially approved the establishment of the center, and the director and the deputy director of the center have been appointed. And from 2018 to 2021, the Center of Excellence of Biodiversity managed to develop a proposal to UNESCO to become a Category 2 center. And this proposal was adopted by the Conference General in 2021. And today we are very pleased to reveal to you the logo of the Center of Excellence, which is a Center of Excellence under the auspices of UNESCO. So I will end here and give back the floor to Bess. And I want to congratulate Rwanda for this extremely important achievement for the management of natural resources, not only in Rwanda, but for all the region of the Rift Albertine Valley. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I am going to be quite brief and tell you a little bit about where we are now with the center. And I want to begin by where Noeline left off, that in 2017 I was appointed the first director of the center, and to be honest, I was a little bit concerned because we did not have a budget. As Noeline said, UNESCO isn't supporting directly the operating costs of the center. They have been very generous in small projects with us, and our first furniture actually came from UNESCO. But when I was appointed, I thought to myself, well, if I were the government, I wouldn't just give money to a center without knowing why can it do something. So I decided to take it upon myself to work with colleagues and show what is possible, and also prove that there is a need for this center in the region. So I'm really, really proud to say that over the last 5 years, we have been able to work under a $2 million USD annual budget for the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management that we raise ourselves. And it's really done through, as Madame Martine said earlier, and many people have been saying, it's about the youth. And I have been absolutely convinced. I am a teacher. I work with youth every day, and it's really, I can say why I can continue doing this work is because of the amazing, passionate young researchers that we have to work with in Rwanda, on the continent of Africa, and in the world. And they are the future, and they are able to step up. We create an enabling environment, and they can do amazing things. So I'm going to show you very briefly why this center, I don't know what's happening, it's going by itself. I'm clicking, yeah. So the center, as you heard, was first proposed by His Excellency the President, because we are in a biodiversity hotspot, but we lack data. So briefly, the vision of the center to be internationally known as a research institution, and our mission is to make information available, a knowledge management institution. And our goal, I think, is important, and I really need to acknowledge the work of UNESCO and Noeline's leadership in creating all of this, because I was able to step in to this beautiful mission, vision, and goal. So our functions are research and monitoring, biodiversity informatics, education awareness raising, and bioprospecting. And we work in a hub and spoke model, which was again designed by UNESCO with the stakeholders in Rwanda. And our main goals in research and capacity building for research to deliver science for evidence-based decision making. And our key achievements, as I mentioned, raising the funding, we produce knowledge products. We work with research associates who are academic staff of University of Rwanda. Madame Noeline mentioned the multidisciplinary nature, and I am very proud to say we are truly multidisciplinary. We work with all the colleges at the University of Rwanda, plus all of these different partners. So we work with people in social science, natural science, ecology, evolution, IT, chemistry, traditional knowledge, etc. And the other thing that I want to mention is that our flagship project So it's on the side where you see all those little circles. This is an information system that we have developed for Rwanda, and this is something that we are very proud of. It mobilizes biodiversity data and makes it available for decision making, and the URL is there, and I hope many of you will play around with it. So what I wanted to just end with is some of these, despite the fact that we don't have an operating budget, but now is the time really that we need to get that operating budget, because we are poised really to do great things with the staff. Mobilizing data, we've upgraded the National Herbarium of Rwanda, which is a really medium-sized, extremely valuable herbarium in the country, and it's one of the, I think I can say one of the largest on the continent, and we've been digitizing it. And when I say we, it's absolutely not me, it's all of our amazing staff. And I also want to mention we have started finding many new species as we develop taxon expertise in the country. So I'm going to end there with some of our links, and I want to invite my colleague, Nji, and he's an example of one of these young researchers who is really just on fire with the work he's doing with amphibians and reptiles. One of the things I want to mention is that if you ever thought that maybe ants or amphibians or anything like that was not interesting, because I know we talk about mountain gorillas all the time, I'm going to turn it over to Mapendo, and he's going to talk about work we've done in a biosphere reserves.
Thanks very much. Maybe the IT can help with the projection of the presentation. Thanks. Researches which are carried out by young people. As you can see, I'm an assistant lecturer at the University of Rwanda, and I am a proud amphibian community ecologist. I'm called the Frogman of Rwanda. Happy to be nicknamed. Professor Beth has explained about the issue of data in Rwanda. It's true that there has been an issue here in the country where biodiversity data has been scattered and existing in different formats. The shortage of biodiversity data has led to the different constraints of developing policies to manage and conserve the diverse biological diversity and ecosystems we have in the country. Now that the center has taken the mandate to collect and gather all of these data across the region and also at the international level, we have been successful to mobilize 135,000 data, which normally exist in a standardized format and ready to be used by the government in order to have evidence-based information to develop the policies to conserve biodiversity and ecosystem in the country. Currently, we have mobilized different occurrence data on amphibians, of course, reptiles, mammals, birds, diatoms, macroinvertebrates, gastropods, plants, and any other data that we find important for the country. Talking of the recent survey, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Rwanda Development Board and the support from the management of both BIOSPHERE Reserve. I have seen our leaders from Gishwati Mukura and also Volcano National Park present in the room. Please, thanks very much for supporting these generations that are doing research in the country. We have been able to assess during the day and the night different taxa groups that exist within both BIOSPHERE Reserve, but also had an important information with the key stakeholders being the local people, as well as the leadership of the national park, in order to understand what are the impacts of the BIOSPHERE Reserve to the development of the local people. It was really very heartwarming to see how the local people are appreciating the management and the effort the government of Rwanda through the Ministry of Environment is investing in order to support their livelihood. These include jobs which are created. These include the recreation which is provided by international tourists, as well as the national tourism in the country. So we assess different groups, and we have been surprised to see that the Gishwati Mukura the new national park of the country hosts a vast array of biological diversity that deserve conservation. Some amphibians are new species. 2022, there was one species of amphibian which was seen in Rwanda, and this is in the Gishwati Mukura National Park. There has been exceptional biological diversity seen in the Volcano National Park, including some reptiles. I will inform that Rwanda currently has a number of endemic species which attracts many tourists. And this has motivated young generation of researchers for the country in order to understand the ecological aspect that biodiversity play by providing the different ecosystem services, but also the life that we have. Talking of biodiversity data, I will finalize my talk thanking the government of Rwanda, the Director General in the Ministry of Environment, who unceasingly support the Center of Excellence, today upgraded to the UNESCO second category, in order to have this team of taxon group experts that normally are doing research in the country. I want really to appreciate the efforts by the government of Rwanda and call upon the different projects that have to be invested in our country in order to completely understand what we have and how to support them. Thank you very much.
A big applause. Now I have very good news for you guys. Very good news. Very good news. Very good news. Very good news. You know, since morning, we have been sitting and now the stomach is like empty. You may guess, is it empty? Yeah, it is. It's now time for lunch. Let me, first of all, welcome the arrivals. I've seen some delegates coming in. Maybe they have delayed because of their flights or something.
A warm welcome to them.
A warm welcome to the delegates.
And I think they will catch up.
Of course. We're going to give you a brief. But it was very beautiful in the morning. We took pictures. We smiled. We danced. We did dance. Maybe we're going to dance tonight.
Yeah.
But it was so nice in the morning. So you're going to catch up in the afternoon. Allow me, the moderator, to invite all of you, the participants, to head to the restaurant. We're going to eat Musanze food, Rwandan food.
Pour un dîner.
On top of the nice coffee that we took in the morning.
Coffee à l'air qu'il est.
Ah non, pas à l'air qu'il est. On ne va pas boire du café à 7 heures. Mais pour les gens qui aiment, il n'y a pas de souci aussi.
Ça va, tout va bien.
Alors, il y a un autre communiqué, oui. Pour les gens, après le resto, les gens qui n'ont pas pris leur sac là à l'extérieur, justement sur la table de l'enregistrement, il y aura des bags where you're going to find a t-shirt as a memory of the 7th General Assembly of the African Mab Reserve Network. You're going to have your bags outside when you come from the restaurant, but if you picked one in the morning, don't pick the second.
C'est ça. Monsieur Claude, on doit passer par...
Ici. There is a beautiful lady in the
voilà.
There. She's called...
C'est bien indiqué, c'est bien indiqué.
So she's there.
Bon appétit.
Merci beaucoup. C'est comme si vous ne voulez pas y aller.
C'est la cuisine rwandaise, je pense.
C'est la cuisine rwandaise.
Cuisine rwandaise, oui.
Bon appétit.
Bon appétit, ça sent
bon. Enjoy your lunch.
Je peux sentir ça ici où je suis.
We're gonna have 45 minutes to be back here in the room. Is that okay?
How many minutes or hours do we need to spend there?
Not hours. You're gonna have 45.
Ça va. On va donc faire tout notre bien pour revenir vite, pour que les activités continuent. C'est ça?
The moderator, I want to inform everybody that the room is safe. Don't worry about your computer. If you have even money, you can leave it on the table. No problem. Your wallets. The room is safe.
On les laisse ici, oui. C'est ça. Le Rwanda est sécurisé. Il y a la sécurité garantie.
La sécurité garantie.
Ne vous inquiétez surtout pas. Bien. Bon appétit, bonne récréation.
We're gonna go through that door here,
So there is somebody who is waiting for you to direct you.
DJ, cette activité peut être ponctuée par une mélodie, la musique africaine. Merci. Ne laissez pas la salle comme ça, sans personne, sans quelque chose. Il faut qu'il y ait quelque chose de ragaillardissant, quelque chose de récréant. Claude, je pense qu'il faut accompagner les invités, les visiteurs, les délégués, les honorables. Merci beaucoup. DJ, merci, merci.
The lunch is this way. I remind you that we're going to have 45 minutes for the lunch. So you better have enough time to enjoy the African food. You're only going to have 45 to be back in the conference room.
Qu'on s'en réjouisse.
C'est this way.
Merci beaucoup pour avoir été présent, avoir répondu présent. Bon appétit, bonne récréation. DJ volume, je voudrais danser moi.
yasize umugabo mu nzu nawamurenga hanyuma n'ubusamazi isi ni ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'uko ikiba mu miyobo umwiza n'umubi sinabarenganya mu kabari sagenda avunagura ingingo nabarera igisi gukunda ni byiza gukundwa ni byiza na nyiragicari yakunze bucyana nabarera igisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikiwa mu miyobo nasanze agakecuru kiyesura cyane ngo icyambi cy'imbero ngasubira ngashaka nasanze agasaza kiyesura cyane ngo icyambi umusore ngasubira ngashaka naborera igisero kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo nari afite fize nyitiza rubanda buke mu gitondo amariza aragenda naborera igisi kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo naragiteye kizenguruka musanze ku mugoroba gikerereza abagenzi naborera igisi n'ikizungereza kiraramba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo uzamutashya umuseke umwe n'ishyamba kinarugamba batindi bamwe n'ibanga naborera igisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo uzamutashye ibiganza bigabambariza uzamutashya amafoto y'amarirungu naborera igisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo ubyaye umukobwa bagira amahirwe umubyeyi w'u Rwanda akagire nyampinga naborera igisi byisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo rw'ingenzi ntore rwagiriza bigarama ruganiza bishanga niwe turirimba naborera igisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo bari mwicyogere mu bahuhu shengeri jabiro intore yacu dukunda naborera igisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo naborera igisi n'ikizungereza kirarugamba nk'ukwikina mu miyobo Mazaza yanze ukwimanya myinshi umutwaro cyongwe n'unyakire ibyo ngutekereza ni byinshi ariko kandi ni mu gihe umuhozanya wanutiye benshi bizabeho ubuziranenge n'uwo mu mata bateze neza mbega shenge urakoma urya muzi utangirira amatage uba uraza bawubanaga wibariye irabaye myiza niko byose bisimburana umuhoza wanjye wanutiye benshi bizabeho ubuziranenge n'uwo mu mata bateze neza mbega shenge urakoma igihe nzaba ndi kumwe nawe ni umunezero mwinshi cyane ikiganza cyawe nguhe cyanjye twibagirwe uyu mubabaro umuhoza wanjye wanutiye benshi bizabeho ubuziranenge n'uwo mu mata bateze neza mbega shenge urakoma ibibaza byinshi ku mwana ukunda ugasanga ari kure cyane maze ugapima ikikere ugasanga utayiheza umuhoza wanjye wanutiye benshi bizabeho ubuziranenge n'uwo mu mata bateze neza mbega shenge urakoma wigira umutima wihangana gusa ujya uhora n'icyizere ko hari igihe byose bizashira maze twembi tukabonana umuhoza wanjye wanutiye benshi bizabeho ubuziranenge n'uwo mu mata bateze neza mbega shenge urakoma hanagura iyo marira we nzaguhoza tubonanye simiryanyurane n'imana izabuzira ubuhongano umuhoza wanjye wanutiye benshi bizabeho ubuziranenge n'uwo mu mata bateze neza mbega shenge ibindi mu mwuka mbabarira mubwire uwiteka yakunyeretse mu nzozi uzambera umugabo nkubera urugo reka reka si imitwe nk'iyo ntayisi abashushanyi namwe musigaye muri benshi uhura n'abantu nkabura bemeye ntuzagwe mu ruzi inshuti yanyu rwita ikiziba nyeganyeganyega naho hasi umugore munyakimuhana kazi muri iyi se nyeganyeganyega naho hasi umugore dore ubwacyaye muto ufite n'itoto ntugasaze nyabusa ibyiza biri imbere umugabo burya n'umwana w'undi n'iyawe yambaye uruhu rw'intama n'igisiga cy'indobera kikigendera naguhamarura n'amayinite nagusohokana kabiri gatatu hanze burya bafite icyagendereye ntiwiyandarika za kwandura muyigize igitebo ayo rivu bigatinda nyeganyeganyega naho hasi umugore munyakimuhana kazi muri iyi se nyeganyeganyega naho hasi umugore dore ubwacyaye muto ufite n'itoto ntugasaze nyabusa ibyiza biri imbere
Bonsoir à tous. Mohamedou, et je conduis la délégation du Cameroun où je suis assisté par Madame Michelia Chouankep. Nous sommes deux. Merci beaucoup.
Applaudissons, applaudissons. Nous accueillons la délégation qui nous est venue de Cameroun. C'est bien, soyez les bienvenus. On applaudit encore. Leur présence est très importante ici. Qui d'autre?
Bonsoir. Moi, c'est Madame Aminata Sall. Je suis de la délégation du Sénégal. Mais je suis là surtout pour la réserve de biosphère transfrontière du delta du fleuve Sénégal, qui est entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie, qui développe actuellement un projet de restauration des écosystèmes. Donc, certainement, nous y reviendrons dans les débats et les présentations. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Applaudissons, applaudissons. Cette délégation du Sénégal, c'est très bien. Oui, je vois une autre personne. Merci.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Arin Chikuni, a leader of delegation from Malawi, bringing you greetings from the warm heart of Africa.
Très bien, merci beaucoup. Qui d'autre? Ghana?
Thank you very much. Head of delegation from Ghana, and I bring felicitations from the Republic, the President, and the people of Ghana. Thank you.
Merci, qu'on applaudisse. La délégation qui nous est venue de Ghana, vous êtes chaleureusement accueillis. Qui d'autre? Mozambique, vous êtes là? On commence par...
Merci. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Julie Rakotoussan de l'antenne de l'UNESCO Madagascar.
Priez d'applaudir. Merci. Mozambique.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Duarte Moussa, head delegation of Moçambique. Muito obrigado. Boa tarde.
Ah, muito obrigado por você. Muito obrigado. Et c'est une délégation, c'est toute une délégation.
Oh, thank you. It's three of us, actually. My name is Mateus Mutemba, also part of Mozambique's delegation and member of the MAB ICC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obrigado. Pardon?
Good afternoon. My name is Eugênio Manis. I'm also part of the Mozambican delegation. I work for the National Administration of Conservation Measures.
Merci. Qui d'autre? Zambie? Vous êtes là? C'est bien. Bienvenue.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Cyprian Katongo. I'm part of the delegation from Zambia, and I'm also a member of the MAP ICC, and a colleague who is going to introduce himself. Thank you.
Bien, priez d'applaudir. Merci. Qui d'autre reste? Oui, soyez les bienvenus.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Chilema. I'm part of the Zambia National Map Committee, and I'm leading the Zambian team with a team of 2 with Professor that side. Thank you.
Merci, applaudissons, c'est une bonne délégation. Ah oui, qui d'autre? Ah oui. Prenez le devant. Non, on disait Madame Envers.
Madame Envers comme les forêts. Merci. Bon après-midi encore à tous. Je m'appelle Chouanke Bichela Yopa. Je suis staff du ministère des Forêts et de la Faune au Cameroun et j'accompagne mon chef de délégation ici parce que nous travaillons actuellement sur un dossier de réserve de biosphère qui a été soumis pour nomination de la Scope Rainforest Biosphere Reserve. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much for having come. It's good. Y aurait-il quelqu'un d'autre? Ça va comme ça. Bien, on peut applaudir pour ses présences. C'est très important. Bien, maintenant, comme vous le voyez sur l'agenda que nous avons, on va procéder aux élections. On va donc pouvoir élire le bureau, AFRIMAB, le bureau. C'est l'UNESCO qui va nous aider à bien faire ça. J'aimerais inviter M. Sam. Dr Sam, vous êtes là. Vous pouvez vous mettre là-bas, siéger là-bas, surtout pour nous aider à faire tout cela. Moi, je voudrais m'asseoir. Bien. Pouvez-vous vous approcher là-bas? Le micro est là. Nous allons faire ce que vous allez nous dire, Monsieur Sam. On peut applaudir cette immigrante personnalité qui va nous aider, qui nous est venue d'Addis Ababa. C'est bien. Comme vous êtes là, je voudrais aussi inviter Noéline pour nous aider parce que comme elle est ancienne, elle connaît tout. Elle connaît tout ce qu'on doit faire ici, alors que nous voulons élire le comité du réseau. On applaudit aussi pour Noéline qui va nous aider. Les deux vont nous dire comment on va procéder. Moi, je ne saurais pas vous dire tout ce qu'on va faire. C'est peut-être ma première fois, mais la fois prochaine, je le serai déjà accoutumé aux manières. Merci.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you had a good lunch and that you are not doing your sieste, as we say in French. So let's elect our new bureau. I just want to recall that since 2019, the members of the bureau were as follows. The chair was Côte d'Ivoire with Martine. The coordinator for Central Africa was the Central African Republic with Mr. Ndalo. The coordinator for Southern Africa was South Africa with Mr. Vongani. The coordinator of Eastern Africa was Kenya with Mr. Wanyama. And the coordinator for West Africa was Niger with Mr. Amisu. So this was the bureau. And how we proceed, we are going to, first of all, elect the chair. And the chair will come here. And then I will help the chair to have his 4 sub-coordinators, one by region, and we'll have also to elect the member of the MABIOS. Yes, that's true. Sorry. Sorry for that. The coordinator for Southern Africa was Malawi, indeed. Sorry. So let's start with the chair, to elect the chair. As per our rules and procedures, the chair of the AFRIMAB network is the host country of the General Assembly. So, as per our rules, Rwanda should be the chair of AFRIMAB, and I would ask you to have a round of applause to endorse this status. So congratulations to Rwanda, and if you please can ask your representative to come on the scene.
Thank you, Madam Noreen. I think for Rwanda, we thank you very much to accept and we accept this the chair. Now I think Mr. Ngogat Teresfo, who is representing the Rwanda MAP committee, who is the member, I think can be proposed as le chair, et on lui demanderait donc de passer devant et s'il accepte. Merci.
Please, a round of applause because he accepts this candidacy. Okay, thank you very much. Madam, you can go on.
Thank you. So welcome to Mr. Telefon Goga. Telefon to be our chair. So now the procedure is that I will go through the sub-region, and if you want to nominate one country, you can do it. If one country wants to nominate itself, it can also do it. And then I will ask countries to support the nomination or not to support the nomination or to propose another one, and we go like this until the four are elected. And of course, the countries that are currently coordinator for the sub-region, they can also run for another term, if they so wish. Donc, pour la coordination pour l'Afrique centrale, je demande à l'assistance de proposer un pays pour la coordination de l'Afrique centrale. Est-ce qu'on a un pays volontaire ou est-ce que vous voulez proposer un pays? Je rappelle que c'était la RCA qui était le coordinateur de cette sous-région. Afrique centrale. Si vous voulez prendre la parole, vous levez la main. OK. Monsieur Ndalo.
Pour l'Afrique centrale, nous avons toujours l'habitude de faire la présidence tournante. Et comme la fois passée, c'était la RCA, nous proposons maintenant le Cameroun pour prendre la présidence.
Merci. Y a-t-il des réactions à cette proposition? Cameroun?
Merci. Le Cameroun est confortable avec la proposition. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Donc le Cameroun est élu coordonnateur de l'Afrique centrale.
Qu'on applaudissons pour ce progrès. Merci.
Monsieur le coordonnateur, si vous voulez bien monter sur l'estrade pour la photo. Now for Southern Africa. So I recall that it was Malawi, the coordinator. Is there any nomination for the coordination? The floor is yours, dear participants. Yes, Malawi.
Malawi proposes South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. Any comments, reaction?
South Africa accept the responsibility.
Thank you very much. So we have South Africa as coordinator for Southern Africa. Now let's move to Eastern Africa. Kenya was the coordinator for Eastern Africa. Is there a proposition to nominate a country as coordinator for Eastern Africa? The floor is yours, dear participants. Eastern Africa.
I think if Kenya was holding the first term, maybe it continue for the second term, if they accept from the East African side.
Any reaction to that?
Kenya accepts.
Thank you, Kenya. So, coordinator for Eastern Africa is Kenya. Mr. Wanyama, if you want to come here, please, for the photo. And now the last sub-region, West Africa. Is there any proposition for West Africa?
Thank you, Madam Merlin. I will know if there's no objection from the floor. I will propose Ghana to take over for West Africa.
Thank you. Any reaction to that? Participants? Thank you very much, Ghana. Mr. Henry, if you want to come to the stage, please. So, Mr. Chair, Telesfor, you have your coordinators, members of the Bureau. I will recall the countries. The chairmanship is Rwanda. For Central Africa, we have Cameroon. For Southern Africa, we have South Africa. For Eastern Africa, we have Kenya. And for West Africa, we have Ghana. Welcome to all of you. So maybe we can have a photo of the members of the Bureau, and then we can proceed under the chairmanship of Rwanda. Thank you.
Congratulations, congratulations, Mr. Ngoga, for chairing now. Congratulations to the members that have joined now to lead regions and sub-regions. Are the photographers ready for the pictures? And I assure you, these guys are taking very nice pictures. We'll share with you at the end of this session. Thank you very much. So, can I ask everybody in the room to get a round of applause to the team, please? Congratulations. Maybe it's not the right time, but I think you should be opening a champagne, right? And
so we have the members of the Bureau here by region, but as I said, we also have one member from a youth network, member of the Bureau. So I call upon the floor to propose a name of the young person who will be representative of MAPIUS Africa. We have a proposal from Harare and then from Ade also.
I would like to propose Vushi Chabalala from South Africa.
Any comments on that?
Hello? Yes, it's working. Yes, this is Vusi Chabalala from South Africa. I accept the responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Clap for the youngest man in the conference room. Yeah. Please have a stand. I would like to ask for, I want to get a chair for the youngest man in the conference room. He's now more young now. No, let me take it for you. You're no more young, you know.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll have a short remarks from the chair.
I think mine will be short. It's my first time to be elected by so prestigious audience as a chair, but I wish to tell you that I'm grateful and committed to what you have elected me for. I also wish to congratulate my colleagues from Cameroon, South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana. And I'm very sure we are going to work together and make sure that what AfriMab has achieved so far takes a step forward. It's all that I can say for now. Je vous remercie beaucoup. Je ferai en sorte que votre voix ne soit pas déçue Et on va faire en sorte que, et ça je le dis, quand je vois Maman Mab me regarder, et après une séance dirigée par Maman Afrimab, je pense que le défi est bien grand. Si Maman Africa a pu porter MAB en Afrique jusqu'ici, et si Madame Noéline a pu aussi prendre la houlette jusqu'à ce qu'on a maintenant, ce qu'on voit, ce qu'on apprécie, on va devoir œuvrer à ne pas aller en arrière. Et je voudrais, au nom de mes collègues, promettre aussi qu'on ne va pas rester sur place, on va avancer. Et on voudrait faire avancer Afrimab. On veut, comme l'invité d'honneur nous l'a rappelé ce matin, il faut que la nature survive pour que nous puissions survivre. Sinon, là je cite, elle a dit que la nature peut vivre sans nous, mais on ne peut pas vivre sans la nature. Donc il faut que l'on protège la nature pour que notre survie en dépende. Je vous remercie. Et à mes collègues, je dis encore félicitations et merci aussi d'avoir accepté de me tenir compagnie. On va œuvrer ensemble et avec l'appui de vous tous qui nous avez délégués, nous allons tout faire pour que votre voix ne soit pas déçue. Je voudrais alors demander que les séances continuent comme c'était prévu sur le programme. Et je vous remercie encore une fois et je vous souhaite une bonne réunion. Merci.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand of applause as they take their seats. Let's keep clapping for them until they get to their seats. So we have a very long session ahead of us, and we want to be very efficient with time. And so next on our program is some updates from the MAP Secretariat, and we will invite Nolin to take a lead on that. Let's clap for her even as she comes. Please, can you put the presentation? Yes, it's on. It works. It's moving.
Good afternoon again. I think all the presentations are in English, so allow me to speak in French, since we have the translation. Donc, le secrétariat du MAB va vous donner un aperçu de ce qui s'est passé depuis la dernière fois que nous nous sommes rencontrés en 2019 à Abidjan. Donc 3 ans se sont passés depuis la dernière Assemblée générale d'Afrimab en 2019. Et nous avons tous eu l'expérience de l'épidémie de Covid-19 qui a été un défi sans précédent pour l'humanité, pour nos pays et pour notre réseau. Et malgré tout, malgré cela, nous avons eu quand même beaucoup d'interactions en ligne. Comme on l'a rappelé, on a eu des réunions en ligne, des réunions du réseau, on a eu des webinars, on a eu des formations. Une autre importante information, c'est comme j'ai dit ce matin, le Nigeria est notre président au Conseil de coordination internationale du programme MAB. Et c'est pour nous une grande satisfaction pour la région Afrique, puisque en 2021, lors du 50e anniversaire du programme sur l'homme et la biosphère, le Nigeria a abrité la session du MAB ICC. Nous étions tous au courant de ce que l'on avait appelé la stratégie de sortie. Cette stratégie de sortie qui, depuis 2013, avait demandé aux pays de soumettre leur examen périodique afin que le Conseil du MAB puisse évaluer la gestion des réserves de biosphère, la gestion du réseau, s'assurer que le réseau est composé de sites qui sont conformes aux critères du réseau mondial des réserves de biosphère. Et en 2021, la stratégie de sortie a été achevée et avec beaucoup de fierté, je dois dire que aucun des sites africains n'a été enlevé de la liste des réserves de biosphère, aucun site. Et ça a été vraiment un très grand résultat parce que c'était quand même un vrai défi pour nous tous. Pourquoi un défi? Parce que la plupart des réserves de biosphère africaines ont été désignées avant la stratégie de Séville et avant que l'on ait les critères du réseau mondial. Donc, beaucoup d'entre elles, en fait, n'étaient pas conformes aux critères. Et donc, les pays ont beaucoup travaillé, vraiment énormément travaillé, pour s'assurer que la gestion soit maintenant conforme à l'esprit du MAB et à l'esprit des réserves de biosphère. Et donc, comme je l'ai dit, aucun site africain n'a été exclu de la liste. Il y a eu quand même quelques sites qui ont été exclus, mais ils ont été exclus de manière volontaire par les pays. Donc, le Conseil n'a exclu aucun site africain. Pour s'assurer que l'on n'ait plus jamais une stratégie de sortie, comme celle qu'on a eue depuis 2013, le Conseil du MAB a mis sur place ce qu'on appelle le processus d'excellence qui... le processus d'excellence qui, en fait, va s'assurer qu'on n'ait plus jamais à aller dans le genre d'exercice qu'on a eu avec la stratégie de sortie. Donc, ce processus d'excellence a été approuvé en 2021 et il est mis en œuvre depuis 2022. Et c'est donc un cycle à travers lequel les sites doivent rendre compte de leur gestion. Et il y a tout un processus, il y a tout des étapes. Et si, au bout d'un certain nombre d'années, le site ne répond toujours pas aux critères, alors à ce moment-là, automatiquement, le Conseil du MAB va exclure ce site de la liste. Donc maintenant, nous avons un processus, je dirais, mécanique qui va faire qu'un site, au bout de tant d'années, s'il ne satisfait pas aux critères, sera enlevé de la liste. Une autre chose qui a été importante pendant cette période, ces 3 ans pendant lesquels nous ne sommes pas réunis, c'était l'évaluation à mi-parcours du plan d'action de Lima. Cette évaluation a été extrêmement positive Et nous nous préparons maintenant à faire l'évaluation finale du plan d'action de Lima, afin que nous puissions déjà à partir de l'année prochaine réfléchir sur le prochain plan d'action pour les 10 années à venir à partir de 2025. Pendant cette période aussi, nous avons publié un ouvrage qui avait été demandé par le Conseil du MAB depuis très longtemps et qui est les guides opérationnels pour les réserves de biosphère. C'est un ouvrage qui est accessible en ligne. Il est accessible en anglais, en français, en espagnol, en coréen, en chinois et on va également le traduire en portugais. Donc c'est vraiment, on a parlé ce matin de la Bible, et s'il y a une Bible pour le MAB, ce sont les guides opérationnels des réserves de biosphère. Donc je vous invite à le consulter pour ceux qui veulent avoir nommé un nouveau site, mais pour ceux aussi qui gèrent des sites, c'est vraiment très utile. Et lors du dernier conseil du MAB, on nous a demandé au secrétariat d'organiser des groupes non limités, des groupes de travail non limités sur deux thèmes, un sur la jeunesse et un sur les réseaux thématiques. Nous avons travaillé sur ces groupes, ils ont travaillé et je pense que mes collègues vous donneront des nouvelles là-dessus. Les célébrations. Oui, les 3 dernières années, on a célébré 2 choses extrêmement importantes. En 2021, le 50e anniversaire du programme MAB. Et en 2022, la première journée internationale des réserves de biosphère, qui est cette journée internationale, c'est quand même une reconnaissance internationale pour notre programme, une reconnaissance internationale des sites, mais surtout une reconnaissance internationale des communautés qui vivent dans ces sites. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a eu pendant cette période en termes d'événements majeurs et en termes d'engagement? On a été très actifs dans les COP 26 de la Convention sur le changement climatique et dans la COP 15 de la Convention sur la biodiversité biologique. On a eu beaucoup de sessions, on a eu beaucoup de side events, on a eu des side events qui ont été dédiés à la jeunesse et on a été extrêmement présents. Nous avons comme thème la restauration des écosystèmes et l'UNESCO est un partenaire officiel de la décennie des Nations Unies pour la restauration des écosystèmes et c'est au niveau du programme MAP que nous avons la coordination au niveau de l'UNESCO, donc la coordination dans toute la maison sur cette décennie. Et cette décennie, pour nous, c'est vraiment quelque chose de très important et nous en reparlerons. L'UNESCO est également chargé d'un des défis qu'on appelle le challenge et nous sommes donc responsables d'un des challenges de ce UN Decade et d'autres choses. Nous avons également eu des nouveaux projets, des nouveaux partenariats, un partenariat important avec le groupe LVMH, Louis Vuitton Moet NC pour un projet qui s'appelle Women for Bees et nous aurons l'occasion de visiter un des sites de ce projet que l'on met en œuvre au Rwanda. Et également, nous avons renforcé le réseau thématique des îles, des réserves de biosphère des îles et côtières, et également les réserves de biosphère des montagnes. Nous avons tous été informés du congrès de l'UICN sur les aires protégées africaines qui s'est tenu au Rwanda en juillet l'année dernière, du 18 au 22 juillet. Et ce congrès a mené 2000 délégués à peu près. L'UNESCO a été très actif, très présent. Nous avions eu notre pavillon et ce sont les jeunes qui se sont mobilisés. Et encore une fois, je remercie la jeunesse rwandaise du MAB, mais aussi d'autres jeunes qui sont venus d'autres pays, qui ont vraiment animé ce pavillon. Et il y avait des jeunes de Rwanda, bien évidemment, mais également d'Afrique du Sud, de Côte d'Ivoire et du Nigeria. Cette session, au cours de ce congrès, notre directrice générale adjointe pour les sciences a participé et elle a modéré un des dialogues de leadership sur les défis et les opportunités dans les aires protégées et les aires de conservation. Et pendant également ce congrès, on a lancé une publication qui s'appelle Guide pour l'évaluation des services écosystémiques dans les réserves de biosphère. Et nous avons avec nous cet ouvrage dans des clés USB. Nous vous les partagerons. C'est un ouvrage extrêmement intéressant qui a été produit après un projet qu'on a mené avec le gouvernement belge et un consortium d'universités belges. Et la suite de la publication de cet ouvrage, c'est qu'il y aura des sessions de formation pour que les personnes puissent vraiment utiliser ce guide comme il faut. Et je pense que je vais m'arrêter avec cette diapositive. Donc, nous avons maintenant dans le réseau 738 réserves de biosphère dans 134 pays. Nous avons 22 sites transfrontaliers, dont 2 transcontinentaux, et 276 millions de personnes vivent dans les réserves de biosphère. Et l'ensemble des réserves de biosphère correspond à 5% de la surface terrestre. C'est énorme. Donc vous voyez, nous avons un grand réseau, nous avons un grand nombre de personnes qui participent à notre programme, et donc nous sommes en position de faire changer le monde. Et c'est notre ambition à tous de faire changer le monde pour qu'il soit un monde meilleur où tout le monde aura sa place. Et donc en Afrique, nous avons actuellement 90 réserves de biosphère dans 33 pays. Nous avons aujourd'hui dans la salle 23 pays, ce qui est quand même extrêmement un pourcentage élevé. En 2020, nous avons désigné 8 nouvelles réserves de biosphère africaines. En 2021, 2 nouvelles réserves africaines. En 2022, 3 nouvelles. Et pendant ces 3 années, 6 pays nous ont rejoints dans le réseau Afrimab, le Cap-Vert, le Tchad, les Comores, le Royaume d'Eswatini, Lesotho et la Zambie. Donc voilà, chers collègues, ce que je voulais vous présenter. Et maintenant, je vais laisser la place à mes collègues pour vous présenter les différents projets que nous menons. Et ils vont, chacun leur tour, donc vous présenter les projets par région, mais aussi ceux que nous menons au niveau du siège. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Donc Hans va prendre la suite. Merci Hans.
Applaudissons, chers participants, applaudissons encore une fois pour cette bonne et belle présentation. Merci Noéline. Bienvenue, bienvenue, applaudissons encore. Ansela, bienvenue.
Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you for listening to me once again. Thank you, Noeline. If we can have back the PowerPoint presentation. I'm not seeing it. We will all be presenting from the same presentation, so you can... Can you see it now? Okay. Very good. Je vais passer en anglais encore. J'espère que ça marche. L'interprétation, c'est là. Donc, I will continue in English. Just to highlight a few of the key projects initiated and ongoing in Africa since the last meeting of the General Assembly. The first project I want to highlight for you is called Lifting the Yangambi Biosphere Reserve into a Climate Biodiversity Center of Excellence. This is a new extra budgetary project developed by UNESCO with a consortium of partners, including ERAIFT, that we heard about earlier today, ERAIFT in DRC, together with the University of Ghent in Belgium and the Centre de Surveillance de Biodiversité in DRC as well. The objective of the project is to strengthen the role of the Biosphere Reserve as a model site for sustainable development through the monitoring of socioeconomic, biodiversity, and climate change data. And there is a particular reason for this Biosphere Reserve. It is one of the first, if not the first, Biosphere Reserve in Africa. And it is a biosphere reserve which is today the site of the only functioning covariance flux tower, which is an instrument measuring the exchange of gases between the tropical forest and the atmosphere. It provides a key verified climate data to global databases. It is a key element in the global monitoring of the tropical forest and the role of the tropical forest in climate change, climate regulation. This particular tower is managed by University of Ghent in collaboration with INERA, the National Research Institute in DRC, as well as other partners. And the project will try to connect this cutting-edge science and its contribution to global understanding of the climate and the tropical forest with the local socioeconomic conditions and activities around the Biosphere Reserve. It's a challenging and a very interesting project in making this connection, and something I'd like to think the Biosphere Reserve as a place that connects people, science, development in one location. The sharing of information has the potential to make a difference there. We'll go to the next project, the UNESCO Earth Network. This is a new global intersectoral program. It aims to tackle issues related to biodiversity loss, ocean and land degradation, climate change adaptation, and mitigation. It is supported by a multi-donor trust fund with the contributions from government of Italy. The concept of the Earth Network is to have a global network of experts, including African experts, who are able to respond to the needs of biosphere reserves and other UNESCO-designated sites to address key issues relating to the topics I've just mentioned. We had 3 of these volunteer missions in response to requests for support, one to Ghana, to the Asante Traditional Buildings World Heritage Site, one to Madagascar, to the Mananara North Biosphere Reserve, and one to Zambia, to the Kafue Flats Biosphere Reserve, as well as a training workshop for youth in the Vembe Biosphere Reserve in South Africa. These are the early stages of the Earth Network. The network is still in the phase of being built up. It's a global network, which means that experts from other regions may come and provide support to Africa. African experts may provide support to other regions, as well as within their own regions as well. And we expect a growth and a further consolidation of this network in the time to come. We heard a little bit in Nolin's presentation earlier about the partnership with LVMH. We have, within that umbrella, a 5-year program led with UNESCO and supported by the Guerlain company, a program called Women for Bees. This is a program that trains and supports women beekeepers within the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. We have activities here in Rwanda last year and into this year, and I think we're going to be hearing about that during this meeting, so I don't want to take too much time other than to say that Rwanda is one of the countries actively engaged in this program. Likewise, in Ethiopia, where a feasibility study was carried out on sustainable beekeeping in the Kafue Biosphere Reserve. I will move on so as not to take too much time. Since we are here near the Volcanoes Biosphere Reserve, I wanted to make a specific reference to UNESCO's role in the GRASP program, the Great Ape Survival Partnership, where UNESCO forms part of the Secretariat. UNESCO focuses on, of course, the role of UNESCO-designated sites and UNESCO's other instruments in supporting the great apes and the habitats within which they live, and their recognition and acknowledgement. There's a lot of information on this slide. I won't go into that in detail, but I will highlight one activity which is closely connected to this. It's a new initiative on the use of drones for the ecological monitoring of great apes and their habitat. UNESCO works together with the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle in France and the Sepitoli Chimpanzee Project in Uganda to develop this project. The idea is to use drones and to train technicians in 20 sites in Africa as well as Southeast Asia in the use of drones for collecting of data on the phenology of species and their food sources, location of their habitats, whereabouts, potential conflicts with human populations, as well as look at how their habitats are being impacted by deforestation or fragmentation. The idea is to train and work with technicians in these 20 sites to develop a capacity to assemble this data and eventually to pool it into a new database that will give us a more complete image of the health and evolution of great apes and the habitats that support them. We're hoping to develop a 3 to 4 year consolidated project, which is now in preparation, that will give a stronger base for the network, that will provide in-service training and follow-up to ensure that all of the established protocols, the new capacity in each of these sites and potentially more sites with time, will be sustained over the long term while the database content is built, better organized, and further developed. My final slide before I will hand over to my colleagues concerns the two publications, the two new initiatives. One was already mentioned by Noeline, the Ecosystem Services in African Biosphere Reserve Assessment Guidelines. This is a new publication that looks at ecosystem valuation with a focus on biosphere reserves in 4 countries: Benin, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Uganda. Thank you. This is supported by BELSPO, Belgium, as well as a consortium of Belgian academic partners. It's a very useful document and one that we hope will be very valuable, something that can be replicated and applied in other contexts as well. And again, I want to come back to ERAIFT as one of UNESCO's Category 2 centers in Africa. We celebrated the Center of Excellence a bit earlier today, and congratulations again. ERAIFT is another of the very active and very highly productive Category 2 centers in Africa. ERAIFT worked with UNESCO to develop a professional master's degree course, as well as a massive open online course on the MAP program and biosphere reserve management. So there are now resources and programs in place to learn about and to undergo training at the highest level in specifically biosphere reserve management. And it is happening, of course, here in Africa and in DRC. The course was launched in 2021 in Kinshasa as the first in the region, and it aims at a broad range of stakeholders, from technicians but also to decision makers, community leaders, and others. So it's something we again have great expectations for, and something where I think Africa is providing global leadership in how we work with the MAP program and develop a capacity. I'm going to stop there and invite my colleague Bandiugu to come to the stage, and maybe along with the representatives of all of the other UNESCO colleagues who are here. I think we have enough chairs for you, and then you're going to be hearing from our colleagues in the different sub-regions in one by one. So if it's okay with all of you to come up to the stage, and then we'll continue with Bandyugu, followed by the other colleagues. Thank you very much.
How does it work? I cannot see it from here. This one. You cannot see it. It's the same. Ok. Bon après-midi tout le monde. C'est un plaisir pour moi donc de poursuivre avec le projet, la présentation donc d'un projet phare de l'UNESCO, qui est un autre bébé de Néoline. Elle porte aussi le surnom de Mama Biopalt. Biopalt est un projet exemplaire à plus d'un titre. Alors, c'est un projet qui cadre parfaitement avec les priorités du réseau AfriMap, coopération dans la conservation de la biodiversité, dans une dynamique de partage d'expériences sud-sud, focus sur les jeunes, les femmes, les peuples autochtones. Et c'est un projet donc, qui a été lancé en 2018 et qui couvre donc les 5 pays du bassin du lac Tchad, à savoir le Cameroun, la République centrafricaine, le Tchad, le Niger et le Nigeria. Projet qui est mis en œuvre avec la commission du bassin du lac Tchad, qui correspond à une réponse multisectorielle de l'UNESCO aux enjeux multidimensionnels, les crises multidimensionnelles que traverse le bassin du lac Tchad, crise sécuritaire, crise humanitaire et crise écologique. Et c'est justement par rapport à cette crise écologique que le projet Biopalt intervient en appliquant les principes de l'UNESCO sur le programme MAP, mais aussi sur le programme hydrologique intergouvernemental et aussi la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Donc c'est un projet en fait qui donne lieu à une coopération intrasectorielle au sein même du secteur des sciences de l'UNESCO, donc coopération entre le programme MAP et le PHI, mais avec aussi le secteur de la culture notamment. Il y a aussi donc les secteurs de l'éducation, le secteur de la communication qui sont impliqués également. C'est un projet qui est financé à hauteur de 6 millions de dollars par la Banque africaine de développement. Et ça me fait penser à quelque chose de très important que Martine a mentionné ce matin. Elle a dit qu'il y a des opportunités qui existent en Afrique et il faut les saisir. Et donc, quand j'ai dit que ce projet est exemplaire à plus d'un titre, c'est un projet en fait qui a été financé par une institution africaine pour des pays africains. C'est vrai qu'on a souvent l'habitude de voir des projets financés par des partenaires occidentaux, mais ce projet montre qu'il est possible aussi vraiment donc de mobiliser les institutions en faveur de la biodiversité, conservation de la biodiversité. En termes de résultats concrets, alors on a une petite vidéo de 3 minutes que je demande donc aux techniciens de diffuser et qui est très parlant et qui donc permettra vraiment de mesurer les impacts, donc les réalisations majeures de ce projet. Donc je demande aux techniciens de bien vouloir diffuser la vidéo.
Une histoire du lac Tchad. Sur les rives du lac Tchad, les habitants sont bercés et se meuvent au rythme de ses variabilités et de sa temporalité, selon des coutumes et traditions qui leur sont propres. Longtemps décrit comme voué à une mort certaine, suite à un assèchement extrême, le lac Tchad retrouve peu à peu ses apparences de miracle au milieu du désert. Pendant 4 ans, l'UNESCO, la Commission du bassin du lac Tchad et la Banque africaine de développement ont travaillé main dans la main avec les communautés du Cameroun, du Niger, du Nigeria, de la République centrafricaine et du Tchad pour cet objectif. Comme point culminant de ce renouveau, la preuve, attestée par des études menées par l'UNESCO, que le lac est de nouveau en pleine expansion. Cette nouvelle rappelle un point essentiel. Les humains vivent et dépendent de la nature, y compris de ses variabilités. Et c'est en comprenant cette nature, en s'adaptant à elle, que les sociétés s'épanouissent. Avec ce principe, qui est mis en œuvre depuis 50 ans dans le cadre de son programme sur l'homme et la biosphère, l'UNESCO a démultiplié les études sur le bassin du lac Tchad, sur des thèmes aussi variés que la diversité biologique, l'histoire et la socio-économie des populations, la qualité de l'eau, ou encore sur les changements climatiques depuis le Paléolithique pour que les communautés puissent mieux comprendre le fonctionnement de leur environnement et puissent vivre en harmonie avec la nature au fil de ces changements. Avec ces connaissances, les communautés appuyées par l'UNESCO sont devenues acteurs de l'avenir qu'ils souhaitent vivre. Un avenir durable où elles savent anticiper et s'adapter aux variations climatiques et aux variations du lac et de sa qualité de l'eau, et où elles agissent pour la réhabilitation des écosystèmes au Tchad, avec déjà la plantation d'arbres pour éviter l'érosion des sols, ou encore 4 hectares d'une plaine dunaire restaurée à Artomossi. La mise en place de zones d'exclusion de pêche permettra de réhabiliter les frayères et d'augmenter le nombre d'espèces et la capture de poissons. Les communautés, supportées par l'UNESCO, construisent également un avenir de concertation et de paix, où elles sont présentes à chaque étape de la prise de décision sur leur environnement, comme pour les discussions sur le dépôt d'un dossier de candidature à l'inscription du paysage culturel du lac Tchad comme site du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO ou à la désignation de réserve de biosphère. Un avenir prospère avec la mise en place dans chaque pays d'activités vertes génératrices de revenus, des activités durables qu'elles ont pu choisir elles-mêmes et qui permettent l'augmentation de leurs revenus et leur autonomisation. Enfin, elles construisent un avenir de partage et de transmission. Cela passe par la gestion pacifique des ressources naturelles, pour lequel des centaines de formateurs ont été formés par l'UNESCO, mais aussi par le partage d'informations et de connaissances. Le partage des acquis du projet Biopalt pour que tout autour du bassin, chacun puisse participer et apporter sa pierre à ce nouvel avenir.
Merci. Alors, je voudrais préciser que le projet Biopalt a accompagné 3 pays à créer donc de nouvelles réserves de biosphère, le Nigeria, le Cameroun et le Tchad. Le Tchad donc a permis a pu en fait voir créer sa toute première réserve de biosphère dans le cadre du projet Biopalt. Et il y a une 4e réserve de biosphère qui est en cours de création au niveau donc de la RCA. Alors j'enchaîne maintenant avec les activités donc en Afrique centrale, donc en tant que spécialiste de programme en charge de la région donc Afrique centrale qui couvre 10 pays, et 3 donc de ces 10 pays sont les pays bénéficiaires donc du projet Biopalt. Alors plusieurs des réalisations que nous avons pu mener ont pu être faites grâce donc au projet Biopalt. Alors avant donc de rentrer dans le vif du sujet, je vous donne juste un aperçu donc du programmable les réserves de biosphère en Afrique centrale. Donc nous en avons 11 à ce jour qui sont repartis dans 6 pays, et 4 de ces 11 réserves de biosphère se trouvent au Cameroun. Donc le Cameroun est le pays qui dispose de plus de réserves de biosphère. Et donc la superficie de ces réserves de biosphère, c'est plus de 3 millions d'hectares. L'aire centrale donc, de ces réserves de biosphère, c'est un peu plus d'1 million. Et environ 385 000 personnes habitent dans ces réserves de biosphère. En ce qui concerne donc les activités, les principales activités réalisées en Afrique centrale depuis la dernière AG d'Afrimap, alors elles se déclinent en fait à plusieurs niveaux. Le premier niveau, donc, c'est par rapport à l'amélioration des connaissances. Il y a une série d'études qui ont été menées, aussi bien dans le cadre de Biopalt qu'en dehors du projet Biopalt, qui aborde donc les thématiques variées, aussi bien les thématiques concernant la biodiversité et les services écosystémiques. Pour donner juste un exemple, nous avons donc mené une étude qui a permis de faire donc l'évaluation des services écosystémiques et l'impact donc de la crise sanitaire Covid-19 dans les réserves de biosphère dans notre région. Alors, donc, une deuxième catégorie d'interventions qui ont pu être en fait menées porte sur la formation et le renforcement des capacités. Donc, le programme Master ERAIFS, le MOOC sur donc, les réserves de biosphère a été évoqué. Donc, c'est porté par donc, notre centre de catégorie D qui est basé donc, en RDC. Aussi, donc, je l'ai dit, on a pu accompagner donc, 2 pays de notre région à créer donc, des réserves de biosphère. C'est la réserve de biosphère de Doumbari au Cameroun et la réserve de biosphère de Senaoura au Tchad. Il y a 2 projets donc, de création de réserves de biosphère en cours. Donc, réserve de biosphère de Korop, ça c'est au Cameroun. Ça, ce n'est pas dans le cadre de Biopalt. Il y a aussi donc, la réserve de biosphère au niveau du complexe des aires protégées du nord de la RCA. Donc, et aussi, on a organisé une formation dans une dynamique de coopération avec le bureau régional de Dakar sur une approche de l'UNESCO qu'on appelle approche éco-hydrologique, qui vise vraiment à promouvoir la gestion intégrée des ressources écologiques et hydrologiques et qui donc accompagne les pays à mettre en place des sites, ce qu'on appelle des sites de démonstration en éco-hydrologie. Et c'est Sao Tomé et Principe qui est donc l'un des pays de l'Afrique centrale qui a pu bénéficier donc de cette formation et qui devrait être suivi par la mise en place effective donc, du site de démonstration. Alors, au niveau donc d'autres pays, au Gabon par exemple, on a accompagné ce pays à redynamiser ce comité à travers l'organisation donc d'ateliers et puis un certain nombre de soutiens méthodologiques et documentaires. Et ensuite au Burundi, donc, qui est un autre pays que nous couvrons, nous avons accompagné le pays à mettre en place donc, son comité MAB. Ce pays, pour le moment, ne dispose pas de comité MAB, n'a pas non plus de réserve de biosphère, mais donc, cet appui a donné lieu à la préparation donc, accompagnement à la préparation donc, d'un décret portant création donc, du comité MAB du Burundi. Alors, une autre catégorie d'intervention donc, qui porte sur la restauration écologique et l'utilisation durable des ressources naturelles. On a accompagné donc, plusieurs pays à mettre en place des activités génératrices de revenus. En dehors donc, des pays du bassin du lac Tchad, on a accompagné Sao Tomé et Principe également donc, à mettre en place une activité génératrice de revenus en faveur de femmes qui travaillent donc, dans le domaine de la pêche et qui sont les premières victimes des aléas climatiques. C'est une île qui connaît souvent donc, des inondations. Ensuite, en matière de communication, on a accompagné une réserve de biosphère, donc celle de Ouaza au Cameroun, à mettre en place une radio communautaire. On a aussi, alors je vois que donc, voilà, cette partie ne s'affiche pas là, accompagner, voilà, ok, donc des pays à mettre en place des outils donc, d'information, de communication, des newsletters, des vidéos, des dépliants également. Et on fait la promotion du programme MAP donc, à travers la participation à des événements importants comme la COP 27. On organise aussi donc, des webinaires régionaux. Le dernier en date était en novembre dernier, dans le cadre de la célébration de la première journée internationale de réserve de biosphère en RDC. Et en matière de mobilisation de financement au niveau du Gabon, on a pu donc mobiliser un financement de 4,2 millions dans le cadre de Central African Forest Initiative et donc un projet donc, qui est en train d'être mis en œuvre. Je vais donc m'arrêter là et donc donner la parole à ma collègue Maha, en charge donc, du bureau pour le Sénégal. Merci.
Merci.
Merci, Bandjougou. Et bonjour à tous. Ça peut continuer, effectivement. Donc, à la suite de Bandjougou, je vais vous présenter ce que l'UNESCO Dakar a pu faire dans le cadre du programme MAP au niveau des pays qui sont couverts par le bureau, donc en Afrique de l'Ouest. L'une des activités phares au niveau du MAP qui s'est faite à Dakar depuis la dernière assemblée, c'est l'appui à la Gambie pour la création d'une nouvelle réserve de biosphère au niveau de Niumi. Et donc, le bureau a aidé à l'organisation de consultations et d'ateliers de renforcement de capacité au niveau des autorités territoriales, mais aussi des ONG et de toutes les parties prenantes qui sont dans cette zone-là, pour leur expliquer d'abord en quoi consiste la réserve de biosphère, tout ce qu'il fallait pour mener à bien donc un projet de mise en place de réserve de biosphère. Il y a eu aussi une campagne de sensibilisation qui s'est faite au niveau des communautés, avec une centaine de communautés qui a été consultée dans la zone pour leur parler de tous les bénéfices que pouvaient leur apporter la réserve de biosphère de Niumi. Donc là, nous sommes dans un processus d'accompagnement qui va continuer pour que le pays puisse soumettre donc, cette proposition, ce projet et avoir cette réserve. Nous l'espérons. Le deuxième appui à la mise en place d'une nouvelle réserve s'est fait au Sénégal. Donc, dans ce cadre-là, le Sénégal a un projet de réserve de biosphère urbaine qui donc comprendrait toute la partie de ce qu'on appelle la presqu'île du Cap-Vert où se trouve la ville de Dakar. Donc c'est, on va dire, challenging parce que c'est vraiment au milieu urbain. Il y a toutes les interactions, on va dire, autour des noyaux centraux qui sont à prendre en place. Et il y a un travail de mapping qui a été fait. Il y a un travail aussi de consultation qui a été mené au niveau de la région. Et là, donc, nous attendons donc la fin des consultations ou la fin des signatures du formulaire pour soumission. Là, il y a beaucoup de textes, mais je vais résumer. Mon collègue Bandjougou en a parlé. Donc, avec le bureau de Yaoundé, nous avons organisé un atelier de renforcement de capacité sur l'approche éco-hydrologique, donc, qui consiste à améliorer la gestion des ressources en eau en prenant en compte le côté hydrologie et écologie pour une gestion, on va dire, holistique des ressources en eau. Et donc cet atelier s'est déroulé dans les pays que nous appelons lusophones de la zone, et c'est fait au Cap-Vert et a réuni donc des participants venant du Cap-Vert, venant de Guinée-Bissau et venant de Sao Tomé et Principe. Et nous avons réuni les gestionnaires de réserves de biosphère au niveau de ces pays-là, ainsi que les acteurs qui sont au niveau de l'environnement et de la gestion des ressources en eau. Et donc, ça a été aussi l'occasion de leur présenter le concept de site de démonstration en éco-hydrologie dans le but d'en installer au niveau des réserves de biosphère de la zone. Le premier site qui a été identifié, c'est la réserve de biosphère de Mayo, qui est au Cap-Vert. Et donc là, nous avons une deuxième étape qui va se dérouler cette année pour une installation effective du site de démonstration en éco-hydrologie. Voilà pour ce qui est du bureau de Dakar. Maintenant, je vais passer la parole à quelle région? Okay. Yes, sorry. So, East Africa? It's up to you. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Maybe we can stand a little bit and shake, because I can see people are sleeping a little bit.
You're right, you're right. Let's stand up and stretch. Stretch. Check. Make sure you are still alive, right? Can you go this way? You do this, you check.
Yes.
Are you still alive? Thank you. Okay. Move around
Thank you,
this
everyone.
way. Okay, it is done. You breathe in and out. You are still alive.
Yes.
Clap for yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can share the slide again. Yes, I'm going to present some of the activities that are being done in the Nairobi Regional Office for UNESCO. And the first one we are trying to help the member states to develop their MAP strategic plan for Rwanda and Kenya, which is currently underway. And these strategies are to support the national MAP committees as well as the MAP youth networks. We are also currently doing the biodiversity profiling of Rwanda biospheres, and I'm happy to inform that Dr. Abias, who is with us here, Dr. Abias, yes, he's right there. He's the one actually undertaking this study for Rwanda, and we'll be able to share the report soon. The other activity that we are doing is on the Mount Elgon biosphere, which is actually a transboundary biosphere with Kenya and Uganda. And in this, we are also trying to understand the ecosystem-based resilience and livelihood sustenance of Mount Elgon biosphere in Uganda. And in this, we are trying to do an inventory of environmental processes underpinning the need for ecosystem-based adaptation, as well as tourism resources and potential for biospheres based livelihood transformation in Mount Elgon. And then in Kenya, something that I didn't highlight here, we are also doing a capacity building for the youth MAP network in the country to build the capacity of the youth to even actually write their own proposals so that they can have activities that they can do within the biosphere. And then the last activity is focusing again on Kenya, is a UN joint program on environmental sustainability and prosperity in Kenya's biosphere, which is currently under development. And this joint program we are doing with the UNDRR, UN Women, UNEP, several other UN agencies, as well as key stakeholders, those as NGOs, CBOs, in developing a joint program, particularly focusing on the 6 biospheres in Kenya. And in Kenya, we have 6, 4 are terrestrial biospheres, and 2 are marine-based biospheres. Thank you.
Madagascar, yes.
Bonsoir à tous. Alors, à Madagascar, nous avons 5 réserves de biosphère et donc nous continuons à mettre en œuvre en fait des activités qui contribuent à l'atteinte des ODD et donc au niveau de ces 5 réserves de biosphère. Donc pour la petite histoire, vous savez qu'une des réserves de Madagascar, Mananar Nord, a été soumise avec une grande contribution de Noéline qui est ici. Sans elle, on n'aurait pas eu Mananar Nord aujourd'hui dans la liste des réserves de biosphère. Donc c'était avec le professeur Guy Suzan qui était le directeur général de MNP, mais qui n'est plus parmi nous. Donc, une petite pensée pour lui. En principe, si il était là, il aurait été parmi nous aujourd'hui. Donc, au niveau de ces 5 réserves de biosphère, on a beaucoup d'activités qu'on met en œuvre aujourd'hui à Mananar Nord, donc notamment dans le cadre du fonds d'adaptation. Et Hans a souligné tout à l'heure qu'on va en fait mener des recherches à Mananar Nord, donc notamment dans tout ce qui est atténuation au changement climatique et aussi dans la réduction des risques et catastrophes. Donc c'est un projet que nous menons avec nos collègues de Paris. Et donc, en plus de ces 5 réserves de biosphère que nous avons déjà, où nous développons beaucoup des activités génératrices de revenus, et on a parlé tout à l'heure des ODD, donc notamment de l'ODD 6, tout ce qui est relatif à l'eau. Donc, au niveau de ces réserves de biosphère, nous continuons toujours à construire des puits, à construire des barrages, pour que les populations qui vivent dans et autour de ces aires protégées puissent avoir accès à l'eau potable, parce qu'aujourd'hui, ils n'ont pas encore tous accès à l'eau potable, donc c'est une des priorités que nous menons avec nos gestionnaires de parcs à Madagascar. Et très récemment, Madagascar a manifesté l'intérêt de soumettre 3 sites en tant que réserve de biosphère. Donc il y a d'abord l'aire protégée de Tsimaï Manambulmat. Donc c'est un complexe d'aires protégées terrestres et marines et aussi aquatiques. Son rôle est vraiment crucial pour la communauté locale parce que c'est là où il y a la pêche et ils produisent énormément de poissons. Donc cette réserve Tsimaï Manambulmat, il est géré aujourd'hui par ce Peregrine Fund. Sa superficie est à peu près de 60 000 hectares et il voudrait vraiment qu'on les appuie pour qu'ils puissent élaborer le dossier et soumettre donc le site en tant que site faisant partie du réserve de biosphère. Il y a aussi un nouveau site qui vient d'être élu en tant qu'aire protégée, donc c'est un petit site qui s'appelle Kalanour et en fait c'est un site pilote en tout cas pour l'UNESCO parce que ça fait partie des forêts humides de l'Antnan et ça va former un corridor parce que ce site-là a été soumis à de nombreuses exploitations et notamment en termes de charbonnage. Donc la forêt a été un tiers détruit à cause du charbon de bois qui se fait dans la zone d'Andasibé et les gestionnaires et l'État parti souhaitent vraiment que ce site-là puisse faire partie du réseau de réserve de biosphère. Et donc c'est géré par Ecovision Village et le dernier site qui est très avancé, c'est le site géré par WCS qui est dans le nord de Madagascar qui s'appelle Makir. Donc c'est une aire protégée qui fait à peu près 300 000 hectares donc de noyaux durs et tout autour de ce noyau dur, ils ont aussi 300 000 hectares de ceinture verte. Donc la population est fortement impliquée en fait dans la gestion du site. C'est pour ça qu'on leur a donné toute cette ceinture verte. Il y a beaucoup d'activités génératrices de revenus qui a lieu à l'intérieur et c'est vraiment un laboratoire vivant. Aujourd'hui, c'est une des plus grandes aires protégées de Madagascar. Et là, on est toujours en attente en fait des experts qui viennent appuyer un peu l'État parti pour l'élaboration de ces 3 dossiers. Voilà pour Madagascar. Merci.
Yeah, that's the first slide. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a bit taller today because I'm wearing heels. Right. Hi, my name is Mbali Mashele. I'm with UNESCO Regional Office of Southern Africa. I'm based in the Johannesburg Antenna Office. I'm here representing my boss's boss, Guy Broek. Both of them could not be here today. So I will be providing the update on the Men in Biosphere program activities within the Regional Office of Southern Africa. I will touch on the nominations and periodic reviews, activities that are supported within the biosphere reserves, and also meetings that we have held. Actually, this is the first time I'm using this. Okay, cool. As you can see from this table, Southern Africa has 18 biosphere reserves. And within the period from 2015 till now, the biosphere reserve numbers have doubled. Not only that, but also the member states have also increased. They've increased from 3 to 7. The only member states that are not part of that don't have biosphere reserves at the moment is just Namibia and Botswana. A special thanks to the South African Men in Biosphere program and also the German National Commission for being able to assist with this regard. In addition to that, the ROSA office also supported the nomination of Chimanimani and Kafue Flats, so these are based in Zimbabwe and Zambia, in 2022. And then in 2020, the Regional Office of Southern Africa supported the periodic review of Middle Zambezi. So there's been quite a lot of activities within not all of them, but some of the biosphere reserves. This project called Be Resilient was a regional project that started in 2020, and it basically looks at biosphere reserves as climate change observatories. The B under the Be Resilient actually stands for Biosphere Reserve. And following this project, there's been several suites of these projects implemented in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. The dotted lines show upcoming projects that are still in development that will come subsequent these ones. There's also been quite a collaboration with sustainability, starts with teachers, which is an education for sustainable development project. The Rosa office is implementing this with Limpopo Biosphere Reserve in Eswatini and Matsing Biosphere Reserve in Lesotho. The Maputo office the Maputo UNESCO office has supported the development of the Carimbas Conservation and Business Plan. This management plan is being funded by Italy and supported by Menin Biosphere Brazil. I just wanted to touch a little bit on the Be Resilient component. So within this, these series of projects, just have it. So they deal with a co-generation of community resilience in terms of disaster preparedness, climate change adaptation by assessing local risks, developing tools, planning with communities, as well as building capacity for youth in education for sustainable development and citizen sciences. The last part, which we have seen as very crucial, focusing on Strengthen Men and Biosphere program, has really assisted in terms of course, the nominations, the periodic reviews, but also most importantly, supporting regional meetings where people can come in and engage as well, which we have seen as important. All right, so these are some of the tools that the project has been, the regional project and the country projects have been able to produce. So they involve a production of tools that can be used by communities and also municipalities, governments to plan for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. So those pictures or images are just examples of some of the products, including regional analysis of climate change prediction, flood and drought monitors, weather stations. Actually, I was one of the people that installed that weather station in one of the biosphere reserves, and also land risk maps. This is my last slide. There's been quite a number of meetings and engagements that have been supported. So the first image on the left is the Regional Menin Biosphere meeting that happened in Eswatini in September 2022, supported by the German National Commission. There's also been other engagements focused on youth, particularly the African Youth Biodiversity Forum, which happened in Vembe Biosphere Reserve. And last year, we were able to bring together all the youth from all the biosphere reserves in Southern Africa to participate in the World Science Forum. And their participation included a facilitation of a side event which was titled Youth, Social Transformation and Science, and a lot of interesting things actually emerged. So please, we need to really invest a lot on youth. I think that is it from my end. Oh, there's one more thing. This is not me. One more thing. I also wanted to mention that coming from a biosphere reserve, so I worked in a biosphere reserve before I joined UNESCO for the past decade. We're having a right-shop funding proposal for biosphere reserves, and we're very excited. All of the biosphere reserves in South Africa will be attending this as well. And I also have a small book that I came with. It's a newsletter that we developed for our project. So I came with enough copies that I can be able to share with everyone. We have the biosphere reserves actually contributing to the articles here. Yeah, so anyone that wants it can come to me later. And there's also a nice section where you can learn and play. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So for Ethiopia, a number of activities are currently being planned and also implemented. So one, we are trying to, establish a MAP youth network. At the moment, there's no MAP youth network in Ethiopia, so we started a bit of a scoping study to really get interest of the youth in the universities and high schools, and also to strengthen the MAP National Committee. There seems to be a very aggressive and also interesting organizations that really want to participate in the Biosphere Reserve management. And so we are doing a kind of a situation analysis to really understand the operational strategy of the existing MAP committee to support their capacity needs. My colleague Hans already spoke about the Women for Peace project, and we are trying to use this as an opportunity to promote eco-friendly enterprises and also to support business model development within the biosphere reserves, to have honey that is being branded as something that is coming from the biosphere reserves. And at the moment, the government of Ethiopia is also very particular about water hyacinth infestation in Lake Tana. So we are at the moment working on a rapid assessment of the lake catchment and the ecosystems to really define the entry points for interventions in collaboration with one of our Category 2 centers on eco-hydrology that is based in Addis Ababa. And recently, because of the war in Ethiopia, there have been a shortfall of people, visiting the country for tourism and all that. So we had a meeting with Ethiopian Airlines, and they are really happy to support development of, clips, video clips of the Biosphere Reserve that they can play in their, entertainment system within the plane. This will also help improve visibility of the biosphere reserves in Ethiopia. And I spoke to Dominic and I said Rwanda Air and also Kenya Airways can also follow suit to give visibility to the biosphere reserves. The UK embassy also approached us to, in collaboration with the African Union, to establish a very strong youth advocacy group on climate action. And so this is also something that is ongoing, and there's going to be a very big congress in Nairobi, I think from June. So in a nutshell, this is what is also happening in Ethiopia. Thank you. So let's give all of them a big round of applause as they take their seats. Good. As I mentioned earlier on, we have a very long program. Good. So we are going to have presentations from all the countries. And so what we're going to do is that after the presentation by Rwanda, we will give you opportunity to grab coffee, and then you come and sit immediately so that we can continue, because we are a little bit behind schedule. And so at this moment, I would like to invite Engineer Telesfor Ngoga, conservation analyst from the Rwanda Development Board, who will be making a presentation providing some updates on the MAP program in Rwanda. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes.
C'est bien, merci. Il sera, monsieur Sam, il sera avec Abias. Il est là. C'est ça, merci. Bienvenue.
Many, but yeah. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon again. I was wondering, me also, if I was going to present in French as the presentation is in English, but I believe the interpretation service is doing well. I'm not sure everyone can read the screen, but I wanted to show you, or some of you, where Rwanda is located on the map of Africa. Believe me, the orange dot you can see goes beyond the size of Rwanda, which is only 26,338 square kilometers, but with a population amounting 13.2 million, with a density of 503 inhabitants per square kilometer. I had prepared other additional information, but the most important is that wherever you go in Rwanda, you'll find that people speak the same language. The one I'm not using now, the Kinyarwanda. We don't need any translation when you go through the small country, which is ours. 30% of the national territory is covered by forests, and that has been a strategic target that has been achieved, and 8.9% of the whole country is devoted to conservation in national parks, and given the size of the population on the small country size, much of the rest of the land is used for converted for agriculture or resettlement, and the part is also covered with water. We have now 4 national parks which are gazetted: Akagera in the east, Nyungwe in the southwest, Gishwati Mukura in the west, and Volcanoes in the northwest. Volcanoes and Gishwati Mukura, those that you have on your left, it is the same left for me as for you, are our 2 biosphere reserves. Rwanda became effective member of the MAB family and the World Network of Biosphere Reserves in 1983, with the designation of the Volcanoes National Park as a biosphere reserve. This, I think I'm repeating what the Secretary General of the National Commission for UNESCO has said this morning. Volcanoes has been designated as a biosphere reserve in 1983, and that's when Rwanda has joined the MAB family. And as he also said it well, The National Man and the Biosphere Committee has been established by the Prime Minister's order of 2010 with the global mission to monitor the MAB activities in the country. I had listed there what the committee has contributed to, including the periodic review of the volcanoes Biosphere Reserve, the contribution to the nomination of Gishwati Mukura as a Biosphere Reserve 2020, and accompanied the nomination process for the Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resources Management that was unveiled this morning. And members of the committee are also collaborating to the ongoing nomination process of Nyungwe National Park as a World Heritage Site. We have two biosphere reserves, the volcanoes and the Gishwati Mukura landscape. And maybe the time will not allow, but when, if I point there, I think it will not be for everyone, but the dark green that you see, the dark green is the Volcanoes National Park. And the light green up is the continuum. It's a transboundary landscape shared between Rwanda, DRC, and Uganda. And that's what has been referred to this morning as the home for the latest mountain gorillas. And the dark green is our Volcanoes National Park, which is the core area of the Biosphere Reserve, 160 square kilometers. That's an exception. We have been discussing this with people from UNESCO, that the zonation does not follow the pattern that is given for biosphere reserves, because we don't have a buffer zone in this area, and what we consider as the transition zone is the area in yellow, which comprises the administrative sectors bordering the core park. I'll explain why later. And the second, the Gishwati Mukura Biosphere Reserve. First, if you see, you look at the size, it's not big. It's the core area, which is marked by the dark green, is only 35.6 square kilometers. It's small, or it used to be more than 20 times what you see in the 1970s. But it has been degraded for different uses, and the government has decided to gazette what you can see in dark green as a national park, and it has gone in parallel with the nomination process for to make it a biosphere reserve. And the light green is what we consider as a buffer zone. At least it has it. And the shores of the river joining the two patches of forest. In the north, it's Gishwati, in the south, it's Mukura, and the complex is called the Gishwati Mukura National Park. And there also we considered the administrative sectors bordering the two patches of forest as a transition zone. The difficulty of zonation to the MAB requirement, especially if I consider the Volcanoes National Park, when you visit the area, you'll find that, and maybe You've got signs of it. It's the most highly populated area because it is also the most fertile area. Fertile in terms of crops and in terms of humans. So it has been very difficult to secure at least the COA zone, which also has been encroached since the years following the independence in 1962. Different government programs have taken big part of the former park, but at least we can be proud that through 30 years there has been no encroachment to the 160 square kilometers. And so high population density, high agricultural productivity, especially in Irish potatoes and maize. And there also, without a buffer zone, we have so many human-wildlife conflicts. The transition zone, what we consider as the transition zone, the administrative sectors around the COA zone is what we have called the influence zone. For instance, when animals go to destroy people's crops, how far do they go? And the people who can go for poaching or for encroaching the park, how far can they come from? That's what we have called the influence zone. And also, this is the zone which is covered by the tourism revenue sharing program, which I'm going to talk about later. The same, the definition of the transition zone for Gishwati Mukura Landscape Biosphere Reserve was also based on that concept of influence zone. If we consider the theoretical zonation, there are some aspects that would not be considered. But I'm here to tell you that our two biosphere reserves serve the functions of a biosphere reserve. Especially, someone has said this morning that the Musanze, the capital of tourism of mountain gorillas, and actually if Kigali is the capital city of Rwanda, we can say that Musanze is the capital city of tourism for Rwanda. And this because of the mountain gorillas. When you cross the city, maybe some of you have not yet got the opportunity to do so, but when you cross Musanze, there is a big difference compared to the other cities in terms of economic activity, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of development, global development, cleanliness, etc. It's because of the tourism activity in the volcanoes. And the government has put in place, since 2005, a program to support the communities living around the national parks. It's not only the volcanoes and Gishwati Mukura, it's all the national parks, because the population, the size of the country, the population density, it's not easy to have an expansion area for human activities. And you can, when you have human-wildlife conflicts, you can't just tell people that it's good to protect wildlife, it's good to keep national parks intact because they attract tourists, tourists bring foreign currency. You can't just tell this to people who undergo a series of problems if they don't get a direct benefit from those protected areas. And that's why the government put in place the tourism revenue sharing program, which has started in 2005. And the objective was to support the local communities, most of whom were prone to problems generated from those protected areas. And it was also seen as an incentive to the communities who were called to support conservation. And in the beginning, 5% of the total tourism revenues collected from national parks were given back to the community to support their development initiatives. And this rate has been increased to 10% in 2017. And 35% of it goes to volcanoes. The volcanoes National Park and BIOSPHERE Reserve is the one which generates more than 80% of our tourism revenues. And it's also, being a small park, it's the most vulnerable, so it needs much more support. 35% of the 10% go to volcanoes, 25 to Akagera in the east, 25 to Nyungwe in southwest, and 15 to Gishwati Mukura National Park. And since 2005, more than $7.9 million have been invested in support to about 880 community projects. People are in support of that. People are happy. Maybe when we go there on Thursday, we find some signs of some feedback from the community. And we observe a better perception of the park, which is no longer seen as just a source of problem animals, but also a contributor to their development. We see an active participation to conservation activities. Some community members participate in they accompany our rangers for joint patrols, for snare removals. Sometimes they know where their neighbors put or used to put them. They give information on illegal activities. And we have seen sometimes people would run after it, sending it to the community so that it can be killed and slaughtered. But we have seen now people coming to the park rangers with a calf buffalo or a calf duiker, a small duiker, young duiker, telling them, this animal, we found it in the potatoes garden and we want you to return it to the park, which is a good sign. And this program has sparked further community support. We have conservation partners. Some of them are represented in this meeting. They also support community projects. And we have recorded an appreciation by the President of the Republic of Rwanda, who has called other organizations exploit natural resources to also contribute to the local community development. And it has started with miners who have been, some of them have started to give back part of the revenues to the local communities. Another aspect I want to mention quickly is that the government has put in place a policy to compensate people whose properties or whose lives have been damaged by wildlife. It's a program which is implemented since 2012, and a special guarantee fund has been created to implement the compensation policy. The RDB, the Rwanda Development Board, which is the entity responsible for tourism and conservation, contributes 5% of the tourism revenues to the Special Guarantee Fund. And the compensation is paid to any person damaged by an animal encountered in the national parks or any other protected area during work or visit authorized by a competent authority. It is also paid to any person damaged by any animal on a list established by another of the minister in charge of conservation of national parks encountered outside the park or outside another protected area. It's a program which works. There are still complaints, but at least there is something which has been achieved, because before the policy was in place, we used to have people, someone has lost a cow, for instance, killed by a buffalo, a leopard, and we consolated him with 10,000 Rwandan francs, like a bit less than $10. But now they calculate as following the schemes used by insurance companies, and they pay compensation. If there's loss of a relative, family members are compensated, as the compensation is done when someone is hit by a car or has got another accident. We are planning to conduct a new periodic review for the volcanoes Biosphere Reserve. We are also, maybe we talk a bit more about that when you visit the volcanoes. We have planned an expansion, and that's when maybe we try to respect the zonation pattern, because we want to increase the core area by 26% and create a 60 square kilometers buffer zone. And a master planning of land use in the transition zone is being also conducted. Among the perspective, you've seen on the map that the volcanoes area, we have a range of volcanoes which are shared between 3 countries, and we have a transboundary collaboration with Uganda and the DRC, what we call the Greater Virunga Transboundary Collaboration, implemented formally since 2015. It has actually been initiated before, but a treaty was signed in 2015. We exchange information. We have meetings of staff. We have organized, sometimes coordinated patrols. We have organized regional technical fora, etc. I wish also to mention that we now have a new law governing biodiversity and a new law governing national parks and the nature reserves, with an emphasis on the collaboration with the private sector and the provision for privately managed conservation areas, which is important we believe it's important for the survival of the remaining natural areas which are not gazetted in the 4 national parks. Also, the government has taken initiative to manage some of the protected areas you've seen under a public-private partnership model. That the rest, there are illustration of what we do, different through the tourism revenue sharing program. We have built schools, we have built health facilities, we have built infrastructure for rainwater collection for household use. We have supported construction of roads, bridges. We have supported some businesses, income-generating activities. These are weaving activities. There are cultural troops which have been supported also and which can get some money through performances like the troop we have seen when we went for lunch. And yeah, we have different activities. And we also conduct conservation education. It's a continuous activity, community outreach to have the same understanding of what we aim at in conserving biodiversity. And we do it in partnership with different institutions, ministries, government agencies, teaching and research institutions, international and national government organizations. We collaborate with focal points of international conventions like CBD, CMA, CITES, UNFCCC, etc. And we still have some challenges. Some of them I've mentioned them, population pressure. I'm sure during the COVID period we've encountered the issue of financing, because for us, protected areas bring in. That's it. This is one of the nice volcanoes we have in the BIOSPHERE Reserve. This is called the Sabyinyo. Sabyinyo in Kinyarwanda, it can be translated literally that with big teeth. And if you look at the volcano, you understand why it is called that way. And these are some of the features that you can have in the Volcanoes National Park, which is the pillar of the ecotourism in this country. This is Gishwati Mukura. It's very nice. When you go there, you'll be able to testify it. And there also we have different wide range of plants. We have chimpanzees, we have golden monkeys, we have different other types of animals. Visit Rwanda and you'll find more. Thank you. Murakoze cyane. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you also for the nice presentation. Je ne sais pas où commencer après cette présentation, puisque ma présentation, c'est ce qui vient de passer, se rassemble. Ne soyez pas surpris, puisque nous venons de la même place. For me, I'm going to present the activities, the strategic plan that we are proposing from what he has presented. With the MAP program, we need to strategize our action so that we can align our activities with the MAP International program has planned. Mine will be short. I hope I will base my presentation only on activities, starting on small analysis that we conducted around the biosphere to assess the MAP program activities. The introduction was done. Okay. This is MAP. I have outline of around 6 points. The first one, the introduction was made, I will not delay there. Then a short SWOT analysis that was done around MAP program in Rwanda. Then I shall present you the MAP stakeholders that I have mapped out. Then strategic objectives and strategic action for the remaining time, because as you know, MAP strategy is taking the end in 2025. So for us, we are having this strategic plan in 2023. It will just cover around 3 years. Then we tried even to propose the team that can help to revamp the MAP Rwanda National Committee. The introduction, I have started by indicating how MAP Rwanda started with the Prime Minister order and its mandate. Mostly, it has to undertake scientific initiatives and work directly with the International Coordinating Council and the other national and sub-regional MAP committee that might assist it in carrying out the action necessary to fulfill its mission. We have, apart from MAP National Committee, we have National Youth Committee as well, which is active. I won't delay here because I have seen on the agenda MAP Youth Network will have their own time to present the activity, but it is there. Since September 2019, it is there, and it has the vision of not leaving any youth behind. When I'm saying any youth, for sustainability of this network. Allow me to jump on the analysis that we conducted around the Biosphere Reserve and with the interaction with the Biosphere Reserve managers and the other key stakeholders. We have seen that the strength of a MAP program, program in Rwanda, there is the existence of Operational National Commission of UNESCO. I'm starting with UNESCO because it is an organ which is functioning well, that is supporting MAP. Another one, we have National Biosphere Reserves, as the Tresor presented. We have 2 Biosphere Reserves, Voka National Park, we have as well Mukura Gishwati. We have the existence of center that was launched in the morning. It has been working and supporting MAP National Committee, and it is another strength that we have because now the effort has been increased because it has been officially launched. We have designation and management of protected areas as the cornerstone of biodiversity conservation. We have existence of a national fund that mobilizes sufficient financial resource to properly manage and protect existing biosphere reserves. It is called the FONERWA. It is a green fund, and it finances as well biosphere conservation. There is the existence as well of a national capital account that acknowledge the role of biodiversity in sustainable development. So far, we have forest account, water account, land account, all of these, they are the part of BIOSPHERE, and it is the strength to the program. We have as well, our country has participated in CBD and the existence of reporting mechanism for its implementation. So far, I hope you have 60 reports on CBD. We have as well the complementarity of UNESCO program toward achieving sustainable development goals, apart from, starting from the MAP, IHP, and the others. They are complementing now to achieve these SDGs. There is as well existence of multi-stakeholder project on Virunga National Park expansion has been presented. We have as well the existence of post-2020 biodiversity framework. You know, the framework that we had ended in 2020, and we have another one that was implemented framework that make MAP program more inclusive and supportive to implementation of the goal agenda 2030. These are some of the strengths that we have come up. For the weakness of the program, the first one has been highlighted during the launch of the center, and Telesfor has mentioned it is the limited resources to maintain BIOSPHERE reserve, strictly protected, and or to enforce relevant legal framework. There is a lack of coordination in terms of reporting MAP activities relating to conservation by stakeholders. We have many stakeholders involved in the BIOSPHERE reserve conservation, but reporting framework is not clear. There is a weak realignment to account for climate change in biodiversity conservation. Climate change as a threat to biodiversity, there is no framework to account for these threats to biodiversity. We have as well poor integration of biodiversity in development projects. When we have a development project, you will see biodiversity are not taken into consideration during the environmental impact assessment report making. There is a weak indigenous and lack of indigenous and local knowledge mobilization in the BIOSPHERE reserve is still a weakness. We have as well high biodiversity loss outside non-protected area. You'll see the core is the focus. Buffer is just to establish the limit between the core and the other activity, but transition zone is not taken into consideration. There is a weakness of supporting for youth participation, which is still limited, and the more substantial support is needed to ensure meaningful participation of youth. We have as well we have a lack of national post-2020 biodiversity implementation framework. The framework is there, but the implementation is missing. For opportunity, the MAP program has opportunity like the existence of international fund or biodiversity conservation. We have some fund like from GCF, they are ready to fund MAP activities. We have the adaptation fund and the others. And there is the existence of strong institutional policy and legal framework for national biodiversity, which are supportive to MAP program. This is among opportunity. We have a structured community-based organization around BIOSPHERE reserve, as it has been highlighted last time during tourism revenue sharing, have put together the former poachers into the small cooperative, and they are doing a good job, good work around these BIOSPHERE reserves. I have highlighted some of them like Sokora, Sub-Union Community Livelihood. We have and the other Solidarity Fund and the others which are the opportunity for MAP program in Rwanda. We have as well other World Heritage sites, including ecosystem with biodiversity like Rugezi wetland. It is a Rams site for conservation. It is a big wetland which has more biodiversity. We have a well-established national program at UNESCO, Rwanda Commission, that supports MAB mandate like IHP, IFAP, Information for All program. They are supporting MAB program. We have as the opportunity the higher learning institution in Rwanda that provide capacity building to young people who can actively contribute to biodiversity conservation. We have the University of Rwanda, where COWEB is hosted, and they are doing research that can be helpful for the promotion of a MAP program. The first one is the climate change, which is causing the extinction of some of the biodiversity. We have high population density and a threatened buffer zone for biodiversity reserves. There is a lack of understanding of the value of biosphere reserve to human and the other living organisms with whom they share the planet. There is a limited accessibility to climate change and biodiversity protection fund for youth in the MAP network. There is a conversion, loss, degradation, and fragmentation of natural habitats of the biodiversity. There is the overharvesting or overexploitation of particular species like wood and the bamboo, which are used for fuel, construction, and other livelihood activities. There is a pollution and contamination that harm natural habitats or species. There is the introduced non-native species that harm native habitat or species. The most known is the water hyacinth, which is threatening our biodiversity. And there is a conflict priority between the land use and the biodiversity conservation, the biosphere reserve. There is a master plan in our different cities, which later are encroaching the biodiversity reserve, biosphere reserve. From this analysis, I don't know if you can read easily, but these are the stakeholders that have been identified, which can help now to move forward the agenda of MAP, including Minister of Environment, Minister of Education, Minister of Agriculture, Rwanda Environmental Management Authority, we have a Rwanda Development Board, we have a Rwanda National Land Center, we have FONERWA with the fund mobilization, we have the Rwanda Forest Authority, we have National Commission of UNESCO, we have Rwanda Agriculture Board, we have IUCN Rwanda, UNDP for just supporting in the fund. We have the Karisoke Research Center, we have Ellen DeGeneres campus that has been recently inaugurated. We have the school like Kitabi IPRC, we have the Great Virunga Transboundary, and we have Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project, all of these which are the stakeholders in the implementing MAP program. The stakeholders that above highlighted have the high impact, they have considered with the high impact. Others with the medium impact, we have the University of Rwanda, even though it hosts COEP, but COEP, it has a special mission from UNESCO. We have as well NILDA, International Gorilla Conservation Program, we have Rwanda Water Resource Board, and the Africa Wildlife Conservation. From this, we have set the strategy objective for the program to be implemented in these 3 years, like continuous conservation of biodiversity, restore and enhance ecosystem services, and foster sustainable use of natural resources. Second is to contribute to building sustainable health and equitable societies, economies, and thriving human settlement in harmony with the biosphere for facing the challenges that I have highlighted above. Third is to facilitate biodiversity and sustainability science, education for sustainable development, and capacity building. The last one is supporting mitigation and adaptation to climate change and other aspects of global environmental change. Some strategic action, I will not pass through all of them, but some of them is to restructure the MAP National Committee and communicate with stakeholders and the ministries. This committee, what I have found out is that it was there, it used to be there, but it's not functional. So to realize this strategic action and objectives that I have mentioned, this has to be restructured so that they can start work and they implement some of these proposed activities. To develop a strategy and action plan for each national biosphere to meet responsibility within the MAP program and regularity in reporting to the MAP National Committee. There is a strong and participative technical subcommittee with the specialization in different domains as MAP National Committee may propose. If you go in the Prime Minister order that established MAP, they have proposed even the subcommittee, some different committees that can help in the research or in other activities relating to MAP agenda, but they are not there. If they are established, they can help now to fast the activities of MAP. It needs as well to carry out a survey on the present zoning system, as it has been highlighted, of Volcano and Gishwati Mukura Biosphere Reserve, and investigate how they can fulfill the three functions of each zone. And we are now proposing to use a meteorology station to assess the impact of climate change on the Biosphere Reserve and other key areas. And the evaluation of the contribution of Biosphere Reserve to the local economy with the active participation of communities. Then support the visits between the stakeholders group in the Biosphere Reserve. Yeah, this is my last. This is the team that was proposing to revamp MAP National Committee, which include the Director of Environmental Management Authority, as recommended by the Ministerial Order, Director of National Institution in charge of Protected Area, or RDB. We have Director of National Forest Authority, Director of National Land Center. We have Director of Science and Technology Unity in Rwanda National Commission for United Nations, UNESCO, a representative from Higher Learning Institution, or UR, representative from Conservation, from a representative of Conservation Environmental College, it is the IPRC Kitabi. We have a representative for Research Institution. Here we are proposing to come from COEB, Karisoke Research Center, the Ellen DNS campus, and the Anfos Gorilla Fund, and a representative from civil society. We have civil society involved in the biodiversity conservation and the environmental related issues. A representative from this organization can be of importance, and a representative from private sector federation. This is the team proposed so that it can help MAP National Committee to achieve different strategies that have been proposed. Okay, thank you for your kind attention. Allow me to limit my presentation by here. Thank you.
Thank you very much Thank you. I think we need an energizer, yes, if you allow. We need an energizer, we need to move around and see what is happening, yes. Nous remercions tous ceux qui ont présenté des bons projets, les projets réalisés, les projets en action, les projets qu'on veut faire dans le futur, c'est bien. Alors, je voudrais qu'on aille prendre quelque chose de café, de thé, ici à l'extérieur, et ce sera à la fin de la journée. Je m'excuse parce que il fait déjà tard, et demain on pourra continuer avec d'autres programmes, d'autres activités, si vous le permettez. Bien, avant, Noéline a quelque chose à dire. Un petit commentaire. Merci.
Merci. Merci pour le Rwanda pour cette présentation très extensive. Je voulais juste faire un commentaire sur le fait qu'il n'y a pas de buffer zone in the Volcano Basin Reserve. You said that there is no buffer zone in the Volcano Basin Reserve. And you sent the periodic review indeed in 2017. It has been reviewed in 2018. I want to make these comments because, you know, having a buffer zone is a requirement for a basin reserve. So some colleagues here may ask themselves, how is it that the Volcano Basin Reserve have been assessed as meeting the criteria and they do not have a buffer zone? So I want to explain what happened. When you sent the periodic review report, actually, there is a narrow space around the core area that is considered currently as a buffer zone. It's very narrow, but as you said also, since many years, there have been no encroachment on the core area. So the MAP Council considered that even though your current buffer zone is very narrow, it is still playing the role of a buffer zone, which is to protect the core area. So they took into consideration that there is no encroachment for the protected area, but they asked Rwanda to work on the extension of the buffer zone and to provide information on that and to provide your plans of the next steps to have a buffer zone. So I just wanted to make the clarification because I don't want people to come to you and to say, you are not meeting the criteria. You meet the criteria because of this reason, but please, as you said, make everything possible to extend the buffer zone because it will be easier for you to protect the core area. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Let's give them a big hand of applause.
There are some facilities, sport facilities that have been put in place as far as sport is concerned. For those who will want to do sport tonight, can have access, can do it. It is an announcement. Dear Secretary General, can you please tell us something? A good night, something like that.
Bon après-midi encore. Je pense que nous avons fait une bonne journée de commencement de notre General Assembly meeting et je pense que ça s'est bien passé depuis le début. de session d'ouverture et les présentations qui ont suivi jusque ce soir. Et je voudrais donc remercier tout le monde. D'abord, vous remercier pour votre présence, d'avoir été là. Surtout aussi, même ceux qui sont arrivés un peu en retard. Mais je pense qu'ils ont pu se rattraper. Donc, je pense qu'on peut s'arrêter là. Sur le programme, il y avait encore une autre session pour les jeunes. On va poursuivre ça demain. Et je vois que la plupart, donc, la fatigue sur le visage. Je pense qu'on peut s'arrêter là-bas et aller se reposer pour prendre un peu plus de force et continuer demain. Donc, si vous le permettez, et au nom de vous tous, je voudrais donc clôturer cette journée d'aujourd'hui sur ces présentations. Murakoze, donc bonne fin d'après-midi, bonne soirée. Merci. Je n'ai pas dit à quelle heure ça commence. Les bus vont venir les prendre. Donc là,
J'ai une annonce, petite annonce. Pour ceux qui vont à l'hôtel Best View, ceux qui sont logés là-bas, il y aura des bus qui vont venir vous prendre comme ça a été fait le matin. Demain, c'est la même chose. Soyez prêts à 8 heures. À 8 heures, les bis seront là-bas parce que les programmes, les activités vont commencer demain à partir de 9 heures. C'est-à-dire à 9 heures, tout le monde sera ici. Il faut donc être prêt avant 9 heures. À 8 heures, je précise, les bis seront là-bas pour nous prendre. Merci, je pense que c'est compris. Si c'est compris, faites comme ça. Si on a compris l'annonce, faites comme ça. L'annonce a été comprise. Il y a des bis qui vous attendent. Ceux qui vont à l'hôtel Best View. Demain à 8 heures, ce sera la même chose. Les bis seront là-bas. Merci, bonne soirée.